Today I want to go ahead and weigh in on this Boogersphere topic. It's been going viral for a minute. So y'all probably already know where I stand. All of this stuff is a PSYOP, and you know where I stand because I've been warning about this stuff, signs in the heavens, different things. Whenever we start seeing stuff in the sky that the ancestors weren't able to predict, and it wasn't nothing that was happening in their time, then guess what? That's the trick of the enemy, the one whom the Bible called the Antichrist, who would do signs and wonders in the heavens to deceive many. You see, it ain't too much that happens in the sky that humans for ages ain't already hip to. In other words, ain't no new things happening in the sky. So anything happening in the sky, there's ancient people talking about it, warning about it, and telling you to be careful about it, and just basically gaming you up on what it is. So people may say, but Sanchez, the ancestors never taught about a Boogersphere. Of course, they taught about tricks and deceptions and signs and wonders in the sky that will be carried out by the Antichrist. They didn't specify what these tricks would exactly be like. No one in the biblical times, in the Gnostic times, no one in the ancient world was saying, be on the lookout for blue beam, be on the lookout for Boogerspheres. They were saying, be on the lookout for tricks in the sky. Because apparently, even during their time, there were people that were able to, you know, deceive people with the nature of the heavens and what's in the sky and what's not, and whether it's man-made or not, you know. So the ancestors spoke about this kind of stuff. And they said, yeah, when you go looking up in the sky and you see stuff that's unidentified, because think about how long people been living on this earth, family, for millions of years. You think that there's something in our sky that just came up there within the 80s, the 70s, and no one else saw it, not the Egyptians and no one? See, they got to make theories and rumors that the ancestors was visited by these aliens and all that. But the ancestors was also visited by Jesus Christ, right? He did miracles and all that, right? Why ain't Jesus in our time? Why we missed it? Why we missed all the magic, the miracle workers, the ETs, the men walking on water? And what we get is a bunch of technology in our time. Some ought to make you say, You see, the ancestors warned about tricks in the sky because there were men on the earth throughout the ages testing all kind of advanced technology that humans don't even understand. Are y'all ready to go deep today? Our government has some very high-tech stuff, advanced technology, and they're reverse engineering it from the Egyptians and the Mayan, the Olmecs, and the government don't want us to know how advanced they are. So when they're testing a lot of this stuff, they like to say, oh, that's aliens. Why would the aliens be writing in ancient languages, people?
That's right.
Now, right off the bat, before I start reviewing any videos, I just want to ask a question. How come aliens speak in ancient languages that humans created? These aliens are so smart. But it seems as if either we taught them language or they taught us language. Now, the people who seeding this conspiracy would like y'all to think it's the latter. Well, aliens have visited the planet for years and may have even taught humans language, all this stuff. Well, they just come teach us language, football, basketball, music, and they just vanish. And when they vanish, they start making it rain spherical balls They start dropping stuff out the sky. They start crashing ships into people's backyards. They start getting very goofy, crashing ships everywhere and dropping technology that they didn't want us to have yet. Now, either aliens are among us and they're dumb as hell and smart as hell at the same time, or our government is experimenting with some advanced technology they don't want us to know about, and they know they can tell us anything and we'll go for it. Ever since our government have been experiments in its advanced ancient technology, there's been a UFO conspiracy. That's been since World War II. You don't find it strange that we went to war with the H-man in World War II. We went to war with the Nazis. And shortly after that, there was a boom in technology in the Western world. And with that boom in technology was a new conspiracy surrounding UFOs and aliens. Now, it don't take a genius to see that. Whatever happened with World War II, our government acquired documents, technology, and patents. And after World War II, they started going into experiments with these Operation Paperclip scientists. And guess what came out of that? Teflon, aluminum foil, laser beams, and computers. And this came within 10 years. We took leaps. Talking about it would have took you at least 5 decades just to come up with aluminum foil. It would have took you at least 100 years to discover Teflon. You got to think about some people. We were still using rotary phones in the 40s. Let me show you, man, what a radio looked like in the 40s. This will give you an idea of the time that we were in. These were radios in the 40s. You see that? Here's a radio in the 40s. In the 40s, a refrigerator would have been considered high technology, and people didn't even know how to preserve their food like that in the 40s. So in the 40s, when dinner was ready, you rushed and you ate the meal when it was hot. Remember what? See, a lot of y'all don't know nothing about that because you from the technological era. But there was a time on Earth when Big Mama cooked dinner, everyone stopped what the hell they was doing. It didn't matter what you was doing. When dinner was ready, you stopped and you came to eat. And you know why you did it? Because you wanted to eat when it was hot. Because when the food got cold, wasn't no microwave. When the food got cold, you literally had to recook it. Because a lot of people say, well, can't you just heat it up in the oven? That's called recooking it, sir. That's literally recooking. And I know you want to call it reheating it, but you got to think about it. If Big Mama just baked the apple pie, and you got to remember, it was big families during those days. So when Big Mama baked the apple pie, soon as it came out the oven, when everybody in that household got a slice, it was gone. Wasn't no leftovers. You didn't need a Frigidaire and a deep freezer. And they needed Americans to buy more stuff, to hoard more stuff. And that's why they invented the refrigerator, so that they can give rise to the supermarket industries and preservatives and everybody hoarding up stuff and freezing it like that. But that's another documentary. I'm just trying to give you a peek into what the 40s was like. So everyone sat around a big radio and they listened to the fight or the game. It wasn't no TV. It wasn't no TV till after the war, because the first people with the TV was Nazi Germany. And we told you we didn't have none of this tech. See, the Germans would have led the world in technology. All the technology you see coming out today comes straight up out of this World War II. And this is very important so you can realize why the UAP UFO agenda started during this time. And during this time, they were testing something called bifield Brown effect based technology, levitation technology. And therefore, we had a lot of flying saucers being seen. But they were also being seen over military bases, government departments, such as Area 51, areas of that nature. And they was often accompanied with military planes. But see, people are so dumbed down. All the government got to say is aliens. No one will question it. But we will. So we see in the 40s, we made a big leap in technology that took us at least about 100 years into the future within 10 to 20 years. You can't make this up. Because we went from big clunky radios to Nintendos, TVs with color. We went into the Teflon, bulletproof technology. Man wasn't bulletproof. So man got bulletproof. Man learned how to preserve his food. He got aluminum foil, and there was something else that came along during this time called plastic. And out of everything I just named, don't you know plastic was considered the most alien-like high-tech technology in the 40s? Out of everything I just named, in the 40s, plastic and aluminum foil was considered cutting-edge tech. They was looking at plastic and aluminum foil how we look at CERN. But I just want to paint to you a picture of the great leap that we made in technology overnight after the war, and the conspiracy that has been with us ever since those time and why it's still with us now. So the government is testing some new spherical technology. I don't know exactly what this technology is, but I've heard a lot of theories from the ancient world and from Tesla. I've seen sci-fi movies. And what I would say about this Boogersphere, this could be some sort of technology, right? That could be more precise than launching a missile or a bomb at somebody. And also you want to know what direction it's coming from. And it can do several things, from surveillance over an area to actually detonate and become threats, as we see. Very, very interesting technology to talk about. And the reason is you never know what these spheres are going to open up and eject. So it ain't like I'm looking in the sky seeing a missile plane coming, so we can warn everybody there's some missiles, take cover. When the Boogersphere start coming into an area, you don't know what's going. When it opens up, it's a surprise because they open up. Now, I'm going to play some videos to let you see some of the stuff that they said they found out about these and why I think it's all bull crap. I'm not saying that I'm doubting any of the technology. I'm doubting that it's alien and that it's otherworldly. I don't think there's any such thing as otherworldly things in this world. I believe in something. Well, I know that there's a barrier called a firmament dome. Can't nothing get in here. Can't nothing get out of here unless it transcends the frequency of this particular place. The people who wrote the Bible said it this way: no flesh and blood can enter the kingdom of heaven. And that goes and vice versa. Nothing that is physical, like a Boogersphere, a radio, a brick, a hammer, liquid water, even gas, that would be considered. All of the elements that encompass this particular reality. And realms below this realm and realms above it, the elements are a different family that we can only imagine what the elements are in higher and lower realms. We just know in lower realms they're more dense, and in higher realms they're less dense. here's what I want to point out. If you are made in a certain spectrum of the periodic table, meaning if your makeup encompasses any of the elements in the periodic table, you can't leave the earth until the earth leave you. Meaning, our bodies are made out of the same elements that's on a periodic table, the things that you can find in this realm, in earth, in the ground, in the air. Our bodies are a cocktail of different assembled elements that have been assembled in a very advanced, intricate way other than what we see in the outside world, but they are a perfect match to the inside world, or we say the macrobiology is a mirror reflection of the microbiology. And one thing that we want to point out is that this earth that we're in and everything in it is a certain frequency, and that's why you're here. If you didn't vibrate in a certain spectrum of the bandwidth of frequency, if you weren't in a certain frequency bandwidth, you wouldn't even be here at this moment of time. You would exist in a higher or lower dimensional plane depending on what bandwidth you're vibrating in. So the physical body don't vibrate in the same frequential bandwidth spectrum as the mind, or what you call the soul, which is why they're one, but they're different. They exist as one thing, but the thing is the body will separate from the soul at some point. This part of you that'll ascend outside of the earth and go to other realms is the part of you that vibrates beyond the body frequency bandwidth. So we are multi-dimensional beings, and different part of us vibrate in different frequency, at different frequency, spectrums. And the parts of you that vibrate at slow frequency spectrums manifest in lower realms. So if you take a S and put it in front of the word lower, you will get what? Slower. Slower is lower. Faster, take the F off of faster and just go and put an oid at the end, because asteroid. I'm not reaching here. I'm telling you some real stuff. Faster is astrology, astral realm, asteroid. When you become a shooting star, the part of you that go to the faster or higher realms, it's the part of you that vibrate fast, and the part of you that vibrates slow drops down here. If you just think of it this way, right? You know what? I don't want to spend too much time talking about frequency bands and vibrations. I'm kind of off subject. We got to segue back to the. So why did I bring all this up? I brought all that up to say the Boogersphere is made out of elements that are on our periodic table. If it was a otherworldly device, wouldn't it be made out of elements that come from that other world versus elements that we can find on Earth? And a lot of the elements that we find composing the Boogersphere are elements that's hard for regular civilians to get hold to. You got to be in the military, the government, and stuff like that. Go figure. Oh, that's a dead giveaway right there. I mean, come on. Do the aliens got some kind of military connections or government connections? These aliens got rare elements that just regular people can't get. These aliens, if they are so advanced, they're no more advanced than the CIA. Why do you say that, Brother Sanchez? Because I know about the patents that they confiscated from Nikola Tesla. And I know about the technology that Tesla spoke of. And the Boogersphere is nothing that's very advanced. It was being spoken of in the 40s This kind of technology was spoken of long time ago. It ain't advanced, it ain't high tech. In fact, to the ancients, the Boogersphere would be like Atari technology to them. That's how advanced they were. The things we're just investigating and reverse engineering and experimenting with, it was just normal technology to the ancients, man. This will show you how far behind our world is. See, a reset happened on this earth, man, and we lost a lot of advanced technology. This place used to be a technocratic utopia of green, pristine technology that was so advanced, the average human today wouldn't even be able to wrap their mind around it without saying, it's a miracle, it's an alien. And that's because we're so dumbed down, we go straight to non-scientific claims. And these have become so popular that the people think, well, Sanchez, you the one speaking the pseudoscience if you don't believe in aliens. If you don't believe, everyone is believers. Science ain't about belief. I don't care about you guys' beliefs. Shout out to my chat room. Katrina, what's good, sister? Caramel Thunder, D. Allen. Warren, what's good? Unite and Create for Life Carnival. What's good, everyone? Rum Ham Solo. Viewer activity, none. I thought I had some. Okay, so check this out, man. Y'all need to really think about what I'm saying. These aliens, right? Why don't if the Boogersphere come from another planet, why is it made out of all of the elements we find right here on Earth, man? Why does it have an ancient language written in it? Stuff you got to think about. Aliens coming from a whole nother planet speaking ancient Egyptian languages and using elements that's on Earth. We can't find one foreign element in this Boogersphere, but it come from another world. But humans don't, I mean, that's simple thinking, but it shows you, I'm born, I ain't gonna lie to y'all, I can't sugarcoat it. I don't like this world. Because it's too dumb for me. I hate being this one to ask the questions that other people don't ask. It's scary. It make me think, damn. The whole world is dumb. Only a few of us this smart. We can really be taken out. And people will think they're justified. Like these people think, wow, man, the majority rules too. That's scary. So I've gave you a lot to think about to make you say, man, yeah, why it can't be alien, right? Let's review a video and then we'll start letting the callers assemble. We'll start assembling the callers on the line. Do me a favor, guys. If you enjoy my content, if you like where you're at right now and who you're with, and you're enjoying yourself, hit the Cash App, $BROSANCHEZTV, hit the super chat, and help us keep bringing you this content and giving you our time. Let's go.
With every passing decade, UFO and alien hunters think that the current year will be the year in which humanity will finally make first contact with extraterrestrials. And with the exponential rise in the number of UFO sightings, not just UFO enthusiasts, but even the general public have started thinking and fearing the same.
Now here's the thing, right? Why believe in a other life form that's non-human? Right? Just because you saw something in the sky that you can't identify. You see how the government create these PSYOPs? That's what a psychological operation is. They make you connect one thing with another thing that you can't prove. And then they'll make you fight to protect your new belief. Man, that's an alien, and you don't even know this was stamped. This whole idea was seeded by the people in power. They gave you this idea. And you stuck with it. You didn't question it, and you'll fight to protect it. You want to believe there's another life out there other than humans. But I got news for you. If you're a Christian, this goes against the Bible. And this goes against, well, this is what I would call anti-biblical and anti-Christ. Anti-Christ-like. Much love, Marlon Wells. Thank you for being the first one to sponsor today's show. Flat motherfucking power to you, man. Yeah. When we look up in the sky and see something that we can't identify, I want y'all to think of how weird this is. We're saying we can't identify it, but yet we're identified it. They're calling it an unidentified flying object, but they're calling it green men and aliens. Either we've identified it or not. The truth is, we can't say what it is until we identify it. And this is what I'm showing you how a PSYOP work. This is how a PSYOP work. Either we've identified it or we ain't. They don't want to ever identify what it is. They want to give you an idea of what it is, which is aliens. Why not call it an alien flying object? If we've identified the fact that it is aliens, we gotta quit calling it UFOs. It ain't identified. It has an identity now. You can't keep calling it unidentified while giving it an identity. You gotta pick one. But this is how PSYOPs work. They don't want you to pick one. This is exactly the whole point of a PSYOP. Because if you're trying to cloak technology that the government is testing, you can't come right out and say, well, yeah, that's aliens, because people gonna ask you to do something about it. If the government come right out and say, yep, it's aliens, not a shadow of a doubt. We know that that's another worldly life form. It's aliens and it's among us. If they say that, then the people gonna go crazy and panic and force the military to shoot it down and get violent with it. We ain't gonna let no damn aliens be playing over our children's head with this dangerous advanced technology. Are you serious? That's right. The only reason the world is entertaining this stuff is because it's a mystery. But why is it a mystery if we already know that it's aliens? It shouldn't be a mystery now. It's aliens, right? It's a mystery because it's a PSYOP. The government won't come out and say it's aliens, but they'll keep entertaining that it's aliens without directly just saying it. That's because they want you to think it's aliens so you don't know it's their own technology. But Sanchez, why won't they just come out and say it's aliens? Because we believe it's aliens. It's not aliens. If they come out and say it's aliens, then they would have to shoot down their own experiments. That's right. Listen to what I'm telling you. If I'm the government and I'm testing some technology that I'm reverse engineering from ancient Egypt, I don't want to shoot it down. How am I test it if I'm shooting it down? Shout out to Marlon Wells once again. That brother coming through with the support. I'm gonna really need, listen, we don't have a lot of people in the building and I know times it's hard, but I know we can spare $5. We're Americans. We not that broke. Y'all spend way more than that on dinner and lunch. I know you. So don't be stingy with Sanchez, because I'm not being stingy with you on my time and the quality of content. I appreciate you guys, and salutes to Marlon once again. Don't let him be the only one to be sponsoring today's show. Thank you, my brother. But like I was saying, I'm showing you how PSYOPs work. The government want us to think it's aliens, but they don't want us to know it's aliens. And that's why they're gonna keep calling it unidentified, but why identifying it as aliens. You can't do them both. You can't have your cake and eat it too. If everyone think that it's aliens, then let's shoot the shit down and quit playing with it then. That's right. My children in danger. And the world kind of know that it's bull crap too. Deep down inside. They want to go with the crowd. The crowd is saying is alien. You don't want to be left out. You get, man, you think we're alone? How egotistical of you to think we're alone. How egotistical of you to say that we're not alone and can't prove it, my niggas. That's right. Shout out to Adam H. for that membership. Thank you so much, Adam, for gifting that membership. Awesome. Yeah. They got to keep calling it unidentified. Because the moment they say, we identified it as aliens, you got to shoot it down. The world ain't going to just be letting aliens do donuts above their head with all this advanced technology, dude. You think we ain't going to panic and say, listen, we paying y'all all this tax dollars, shoot that shit down. If the aliens can't show up and introduce themselves, then they don't have permission to be flying in our airspaces without our permission, because we can't even do that. Humans can't even do that. You got Boogerspheres flying, you got UFOs flying over Area 51. They flying over the White House. Man, this is a danger to government, to our nation. If the Taliban flew over the White House right now, they shit'll get shot down in 10 minutes. I'm telling you right now, dude, if one of y'all flew a drone over Area 51 right now, that shit'll get shot down in a minute. Try it. But the aliens can do donuts and cartwheels and fly all over the military bases and the Pentagon and all that. And the government just sit back and hold conferences about aliens? This is weird behavior, man. This is a national security threat. In any other situation, they would treat this like a threat, not like a PSYOP. I know a PSYOP when I see one. Shout out to Rom Ham. Hey, Rom Ham, you just got promoted. You've been a member for 2 months. Clap it up. You just ranked up, brother. Just ranked up today. So he got a new badge today. Salutes to that. A shout out to Moron Imbecile. That's a wild name. It said, we need to keep our families together in unity and support. The most horrible thing is the PSYOP of dividing family. Yeah. Shout out to Moron Imbecile. What a name. What a name. People, listen to this now. Why won't the government treat this like a national security threat? Because it's a government PSYOP. They want everybody to just say it's aliens versus it's the government testing advanced technology. Shout out to D. Allen Warren. Thank you for the support. Flat Power salute, great stream. Flat Power back to you, D. Allen. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's clear as day. If I'm testing advanced technology, but I don't want the people to know it's me, I'm going to say it's aliens. But if I say it's aliens, they going to want me to shoot it down. So how do I get around that? I don't directly call it aliens. I call it an unidentified flying object. And everybody know we can't shoot at nothing that we can't identify. That's a rule. If you can't identify it, you really ain't justified if you shoot that thing. So using the word unidentified is very key and strategic when it comes to the psyche, and how the reason why subconsciously it creates this realm where, okay, it's mysterious and it may be a threat, but we still can't act on it because we ain't identified the threat. We ain't sure what it is. But the whole while we're not sure, we keep seeding the alien conspiracy out in these conferences. This is not professional. Government professionals should never go with speculation, but they're doing it in this situation when in a case of a national security threat, that's the last time that government officials should be given speculation. It's very weird. Again, if you want to know how weird it is, think about this. If a human being fly a drone over Area 51 right now, they'll shoot it down with no questions. They don't even got to identify it. You can make a custom drone to shape like whatever you want to shape like. It can shape like a whatever and fly it over Area 51. It's going to get shot down. They ain't going to identify it. Why haven't they shot this stuff down? Why won't they shoot most of this stuff down? Don't you know we can track anything in our airspace? These towers that we got can track everything in the sky can be tracked, and that's in our airspace. Ain't nothing in the sky right now that ain't on some sort of radar map somewhere as a dot that we know is up there. We need to know what's in the sky at all times. Why? We have something called the airline industry. We've been mapped the sky out and put equipment up there to basically surveil the sky. People get paid to do that all day, man. You can't just be flying around over America and we don't know you up there. If that's the case, our military doing a horrible fucking job. That's right. It's someone's job to know what's in the air at all times. I want to know who that man is and why the hell he ain't doing his job. Because UFOs been in our air since the 40s and he still ain't identified them. And this is your only job, is to know what's in the air, what's up there, when it's up there at all times. And if there's anything on your radar that you can't account for that's in that sky, we supposed to send some fighter pilots out there to investigate it and say, hold up, what the hell is that in my yard? Everything in our sky in America is mapped out on radars all across the country. It's somebody's job to do that. To police the airspace, man. Our shit just ain't not being watched. Are you crazy? You can't fly a damn drone nowhere in America of a certain size and it ain't being tracked. The airspace is being policed, y'all. This is a whole departments in the military. This is their job. Trust me, it ain't nothing in the damn sky that ain't accounted for. And I'm gonna go a step further too. It ain't nothing up under the damn ocean moving around that ain't no animal that we don't know about. We got all of that shit mapped out, man. We got motherfucking big ships just out in the ocean at all times in the Navy. We got big old, lighthouses, these big rigs in the ocean. And they are sending out a radius where everything up under that damn radius for miles all around it, up under the ocean, is being tracked, man. They can even tell you about schools of fishes. They even tracking the schools of fishes. Bro, if you think that the Navy is up under the ocean at all times with submarines going in highway systems, right now you got thousands and thousands and thousands of submarines as I speak. They just under the ocean right now swimming in all directions. They ain't bumping into each other. They ain't aiming missiles at each other because you know they're testing certain stuff. All that's going on right now, dude. And it's all organized because the ocean is mapped out. The entire ocean floors is all mapped out, man. It's hard to swim under our ocean and to fly in our air and not be detected. And if someone say, Sanchez, it ain't hard to fly in America without being detected, and it ain't hard to be having submarines in our oceans and not be detected. If someone say that, I'm gonna say, well, damn, our military suck ass. The moment you start saying that, now you're talking crap about our military just to prove your damn alien theory. When everybody know we got the best military. Everybody know that the American CIA and our military do more tracking than any damn body. We got cameras on every street corner. Bro, you can't do too much in America without being seen and tracked. We in a very police state. We in a police state, bro. Just know that. Just know that our Navy is one of the world's best, and you just can't be swimming in our ocean undetected. Not in no big submarine or no ship. Hell no. You're not gonna be making irrational movements in our ocean and not come up on some chief's radar. Some chief that's trying to get a promotion is gonna say, hey, it's something moving real crazy down there in the ocean at this depth and these coordinate points. It's not a whale. It's not a dolphin. Now listen, people will say, well, Sanchez, that is happening. That's what all of this is. No, it's not. I was in the military. The moment a chief in the Navy detect a USO or unidentified submerged object, guess what we do? We send submarines to it with missiles. What do y'all think this is? You think that our military is detecting stuff in our yard so we can just look at it and go hold a press conference about aliens? That ain't how the military work. The military get paid to detect who in our water and air so they can go be militant about it and use force and say, it's like a gang member. They surveilling their neighborhood all day to see who don't belong here. And if something in their neighborhood that don't belong there, they gonna front it. They gonna say, yo, what you doing here? You ain't from our hood. And they will use physical force. What's the point of me having a tracking device on my property and I'm just gonna see somebody intruding on my property and hold a goddamn conference in the basement? Who does that? What's the point of me having acres of land with tracking devices on it, and when we see some intruders on our damn property, we start, it's time to talk now. Man, ain't no time to talk. When your alert go off and your radar has been trapped and you know that there's some unidentified people in your damn property on your backyard, it ain't time to talk to your woman, man. You know that. There's a reason you got an alarm system in your house, brother. So that if I wake up in the middle of the night and my alarm system alert me that there's an unidentified motherfucker walking around in my backyard at 3 in the morning, it ain't time to hold no conference, my nigga. It ain't time to talk. My alarm just went off. It's an unidentified man in my backyard, and you think I'm gonna wake my wife up and say, baby, let's hold a conference. Go make some coffee. Baby, what the conference is about? Somebody in our backyard walking around that I'd never seen before. Let's talk about it. Sit down, boo. Who does that? Y'all are the military. And by me being in the military infantry, I can tell you right now that this is a PSYOP and this ain't being handled like a national security emergency. And it should be. No, it shouldn't, Sanchez. I'm gonna show you how to everybody that's saying that it shouldn't. Like I said, if a regular civilian fly a drone over Area 51, they gonna shoot it down immediately and treat it like it's a threat. But if a damn Boogersphere fly over Area 51, they gonna make coffee and go talk about it. You know why? Because everybody already been briefed. It's our technology. You better not shoot it down. Everyone in the military whose job it is to police the air and the water, they've already been briefed. Listen, there's gonna be some weird technology in the sky. Don't shoot it down. That's our shit, and we're running some tests right now. And to cover up this testing, they use a PSYOP. Duh. How else do they cover up testing that everyone gonna see? You're testing technology that you can't hide it because you testing it in the sky. Everyone can see what's happening in the sky. You can't hide this, but ain't no other way you can test it and hide it because it is aircraft technology. So you gotta fly it to test it. So how do you hide it right in front of people's faces with a PSYOP called alien UFO? And they've already, and why would the government entertain speculation during a national security threat? Why would they go on the news and talk about aliens and green men with the public? Now the government is being conspiracy theorists. And my thing is, if the government is thinking that that is an alien up there, why don't they be militant about it? Because why would you shoot a human drone down before you shoot an alien drone down? Which one is more of a threat? We're humans and this is our planet. But yet, if a human fly a damn drone over a military base, you gonna shoot this shit down, and guess what else they gonna do? I forgot about this. Not only they gonna shoot it down, they're gonna pick up the pieces and track and trace it back to who flew it over there, and you gonna do some serious jail time. That's right. I forgot about that. I forgot about that part. Not only is they gonna shoot it down by you playing like that and flying something over a government property, they gonna make an example out of you. They gonna make an example out of you. And it ain't gonna be no little time. They gonna treat your ass like a terrorist, man, for flying that drone over Area 51. You gonna learn your lesson. You gonna learn your lesson, you do that as a human. But if you're an alien, they'll let you do whatever you wanna damn do while they go on TV and talk about goddamn green men instead of do something to the green men. If it was a black man in a goddamn helicopter, they would treat that shit like it was a goddamn Bin Laden. Listen, I got to pull the race card on this one just to show you how stupid it is. Because they feel more threatened of a black man without a gun than a goddamn non-human species with advanced technology. That's right. I've seen the authorities in this country go crazy and feel threatened with innocent victims. The police is choking niggas out and shooting them and saying, oh, we so scared and we're threatened. And these are damn human beings. And we ain't even this scared with aliens. Why ain't the government tripping like these racist police? Why ain't the government saying, we don't know what it is, but we shooting, fuck it. We'll ask questions later. That's how these racist police do. That's right. Why are we so damn friendly and walking on eggshells? Long as we know it ain't none of our shit and it ain't no human shit, then we should be blasting away, goddammit. Who cares? It ain't ours, it ain't yours either, then shoot that shit down. Why are we treating it like, we can't shoot it down because it's a safety involved. That's one of the excuses I heard. Why they're not shooting all of this stuff down because they can't deny the fact that we tracking it. Listen to what I'm telling you. They can't deny that it's someone's job to police the airspace and ocean space. It's someone's job right now to know exactly what's in the air and what's not. Right now, they're getting paid for it. Same with the ocean. So they can't deny the fact that we should know what's in the sky and what's in the ocean, because the moment they say we don't know that, then we really are in danger, because we should know this shit if we the military. That's right. So they can't tell that lie. They can't tell a lie like we don't know what's up there and we don't know what's in the ocean. Because if they tell that lie, Then we gonna say, what the hell y'all spending our tax money on if you don't know what's in the sky at all times? What the hell these people doing in the military? It's their job to know that. So they can't tell that lie. So what lie do they go for? They say, we don't know whose it is. They ain't saying we don't know is up there. They tracking everything. Even the stuff that they call an alien tech, it's on a radar. Someone is tracking that. And their higher ups is telling them that is an unidentified object. Don't worry about it. We're investigating it. So people showing up to work and they looking at a blip on the radar, and that shit ain't moving like nothing else on the radar. They've been showing up for work for years, and they know how planes move. They know how helicopters move. But now they showing up for work, and they seeing little dots on their radar that's moving in ways they never saw before. And they higher ups is telling them, yeah, man, we think it's aliens, but we don't know yet, so don't do nothing to it. We investigating it. But look at how crazy it is. They know it is the military testing advanced aircraft, but the military got a need to know basis. So if you ain't up at the top, you may show up to work every day thinking that you looking at an alien. And you may tell people, I work for the military, bro. It is aliens. And you don't, and you're being programmed just like the public. All you see is a dot on your radar, and you saying that's an alien, and you never thought, what if the military got technology that's so advanced they can't even tell the soldiers? That's right. And you know I'm right about my theory, because check it out. This is how a regular military scenario would play up. Hey, boss, there's something on our radar that's moving unlike nothing we saw before, and we haven't identified it. Really? Hit the red button and activate the fighter pilots. We need to get that thing out the sky right now. We need to identify what it is right now. Oh, they wouldn't play about that. That's how I know that they know what it is, because they not doing nothing about it. If anything in the sky that they don't know what it is, they got to go and confront it immediately with firepower. It's their job. You don't just let it stay there and scratch your butt. Listen, I'm showing y'all how the military work. The same thing in the Navy. The moment some Navy troop that's policing the ocean and they in their little area, the moment they show up and say, hey, chief, some new object popped up on the radar, we don't know what it is, and it's moving crazy. Guess what the chief gonna say? It's probably some enemy technology that's more advanced than ours. Let's get our submarines to that location immediately with firepower. This may be an attack on America. Do you know how dumb it is that we got a damn Navy looking at shit on a radar that we can't identify, and they ain't doing nothing about it? You supposed to be blasting that shit. What are you talking about? That's right. We gonna identify it if we have to pick up the pieces and put them back together around this bitch. It's so crazy, because if you're a human and you walk onto Area 51 property, they're gonna shoot you up before they can even see if you're a man or a woman. Meaning they ain't gonna even identify you before they neutralize the target, because you don't supposed to be there. It's a restricted area. They will use lethal force. And you gotta walk miles before you even get to the actual headquarters. That's to create a perimeter of secrecy. So they got to drive little bitty golf courts to the building, and they already on Area 51 property, and they still got to drive a few miles just to get to the actual building, which is up under the ground. That's how secure it is. So if you just walking in the desert and you just so happen to be in Area 51, the moment you get on the property line and you don't step back across that line, they gonna shoot your ass up. And you can pull up videos of them killing people. It's real stuff. But yet, they will let an alien just fly over Area 51 and do nothing. See, any threat that they can't identify, they literally will go and treat it like that. They ain't gonna play with their life. They want to go home to their children. So if it was something that was there that they couldn't identify, they would literally go meet it with military force. The fact that we ain't meet none of these UFOs or UAPs with military force, it let me know that the military already have been programmed to know, don't shoot. Now, the reason you would tell them don't shoot don't make sense. Because now here's the reason. They're saying we haven't identified it yet. That's why we shouldn't shoot it. When really, that's the reason why we shoot shit, dummy. That's right. That's literally the reason why we gonna shoot your ass. Listen, if you walking on Area 51 and you ain't identified, because everyone that work at Area 51 got some sort of way to identify that they belong there. So if you don't belong there and you unidentified, they gonna give you a little warning before they shoot you up. They gonna say, hey, identify yourself. What they mean by that is give us the code. If you one of us, give us the code word, because sometimes you may just have a person just out there on the property for whatever reason. They ain't just gonna shoot you right off the bat. They're gonna give you an opportunity, and they ain't gonna give you too many opportunities. They're gonna give you an opportunity though to identify yourself. And if it's true that you can't identify with the code, the password, or some badge or tracking device in you, maybe your tracking device ain't working, because I'm pretty sure if you work at Area 51, you have a biometric identification system, or AKA a RFID chip in you. Yes, when you get into certain secret clearances, you have to be tracked and you gotta have a chip. But check this out, right? Yeah, and so if I'm working at Area 51, they gonna give me a chance before they shoot me. Identify yourself, and I'm gonna say Orange Rabbit 303040, and they gonna say, man, you almost made me blow your head off. What you doing out here, man? Well, I was growing some weed plants out here. You know what I'm saying? Because the desert's good out here for this particular strand. And I was mixing some of that Nikola Tesla shit in this weed strand, because I heard when you hit this shit, it take you to a parallel reality. So never mind me, my chip was malfunctioning. Right? That's how it will go. But I'm telling you right now, if they say identify yourself and you say the wrong password one time, they shooting. And it's a sad thing to watch. You think I'm making this up? You can literally pull up videos of people being executed at Area 51 and other areas that's restricted. It ain't no damn game. When they say lethal force gonna be used, they gonna use it real quick, man. You better have a reason to be out there. Yeah, man, you got folks that done played with this shit. You had a group of pranksters on a video. I don't know if that's a true story, because some of it be fake news, but they was trying to, you have people looking for clout and they want to play with that little boundary line. You got folks in Vegas and Nevada, they think that, I'm going to get me some views and I'm going to go to Area 51 and play around the lethal line. But it was a group of people that went out there and, those lines ain't perfectly set and clear. It ain't like just a bunch of red signs. You really need to know that you in that area. It's desert. So you can been to breach the damn line and not know it. And that's what happened. And a lot of people died that way, according to my research, playing around. That's why they say it's best not to even go near Area 51. You can stumble into the area not knowing you own it and get your ass shot by a sniper. Sanchez, you telling me it's snipers at all times? Not only, dummy, is it snipers, they got booby traps and machines that can detect sound where it shouldn't be and then aim with the camera and identify if you're supposed to be there or not, and it'll shoot you. Stuff like, bro, let me tell you something. Whatever they got in Area 51, they don't want humans to know about it, but they don't care if aliens know about it. Now, think about that. That lets you know that if this technology can fly over Area 51 and not get shot down, but you can't walk on a property and not get shot up, something is wrong. Because you shooting me because you can't identify me. I don't belong on your property. I'm unidentified. So you killing me. But yet you got an unidentified object that's spying on your shit, and it's got better technology than you, and you holding conferences. But if a human walk on your property, you shooting them the hell up if they can't identify. But aliens can whip over your shit all day, every day, unidentified, while you pour coffee and talk about it. That let me know that the technology that they testing at Area 51 is the same technology that they calling alien shit. That's right. That's why they won't shoot their own shit down. That's why when the aliens is flying over the military bases, they can fly over it. But if your black ass buy a drone and try to fly it over Langley Air Force Base, they gonna shoot your damn drone out the sky, black man. And they gonna identify where that drone came from, and they gonna lock your black ass up for a couple of years. They gonna treat your black ass like you a terrorist, man. And you can, well, I made a mistake. I didn't know where I was flying at. Ignorance of the law don't excuse you of it. You're going to jail. And you don't gotta be black. I'm just using the black card so it can hit home to niggas. That's right. To show y'all what I'm talking about. If a black man fly his drone over the military base, it's getting shot down and he going to jail. If a white man fly his drone over it, same thing. But if a green man fly his ass over the military base, well, they gonna drink coffee and go to talk shit on the news about conspiracies. Y'all better wake up. It's time to wake up. Ladies and gentlemen, support the show if you're having fun. If you like the content, support our show. Let me read my brother's super chats here. We have Marlon Wells. Thank you, man. Flat Power once again, man, for being the top sponsor here, right? Oh, no. You and Marone. Thank y'all so much for the super chat. Shout out to Reverend Chap 76. Love you, bro. Keep teaching the truth. Love you too, man. Thank you for the support as well, my brother. Love y'all, man. Every last one of you in that chat room. And yeah, they've been really censoring my views, man. Like, I don't understand. My views just started going down the badder the content got. I don't get it, but we gonna keep on rocking and showing you the bull crap. And at this point, like, I'll be beating a dead horse to keep continuing on with my point. I mean, you get it. You got to be a dummy or just someone that you just want to believe in aliens. It's your religion. You know, people don't like their beliefs taken away, but that's why they'll never get the facts. If you love beliefs, then you hate the truth. If you love the truth, then you hate beliefs. You're going to spend your life debunking belief systems. Is either one or the other. Which one are you? So today's question for the call-in is the Boogersphere a PSYOP, or is it legit otherworldly technology? Because if it's a PSYOP, it's government technology that they're hiding with the alien propaganda. So call it in and let me know today which one of you think it is. Let me open up the call line. I appreciate all of today's sponsors for today's broadcast. Even if you're sending in $2, $5, It helps me continue giving you the content that you like. So appreciate y'all. I'm also opening up the call lines right now. Do you think it's legit, or do you think it's a PSYOP? If you're an artist and you need beats, collab with your boy. I'm about to put some new beats up soon, but I do got fire ones up there. I do got a caller on. Let me get my first caller in. That's what's up. What's good, Marlon? How you doing, man?
What's good, Sanchez? I'm just chilling.
Same here.
I know that they can't be real, like you said, if they don't know what it is, but then they shoot down everything they know ain't supposed to be there, or everybody they know ain't supposed to be there. And ain't nobody leaving this world, and seeing the outer worlds if they can help it. They're gonna keep us in this one.
Mm-hmm.
That's a fact.
Most definitely. I definitely with you. Nah, you correct. You spot on. So you saying it is a PSYOP, and you gave us your reasons why. What else you got for us concerning this topic, my brother Marlon? Before I get the next caller, you can stick around, but I'm just gonna get, it's gonna be more people. You good though, man. Salute to you.
It's so much evidence out there that they're the ones controlling this subject. They're the ones collected the first evidence and then went in denial. And what was the first? What they used to call it, flying saucers back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Little flying saucers, and to me, everything we get right now is planned ahead. The AI thing, I think it's a fake it till you make it. The first aliens that we gonna see as invaders gonna be robots in green suits. That's just my opinion. It's gonna be robots in green suits. The little until they can make it look real, to be actual, like gray aliens and all that kind of thing. It's gonna be like a movie, but in real life. You're gonna be seeing something that's automated, that can move, got all the things that AI shouldn't have, mobility and weapons, all the things that AI shouldn't have. And then I think they're even gonna set up like a fake war, like they conquered the aliens or something, or captured the aliens or something.
Yeah,
just like some Hollywood. That's what I think they're gonna do. That's my opinion, though.
And I'm with you. That's something I've been saying. Like, people may say, okay, Sanchez, why wouldn't the government want us to know how smart they are? They love to let us know they're so high tech. So Sanchez, it don't make sense that they will hide advanced technology. Why would they hide that from the people if they want to be technological and they want to introduce us to more tech and control us with it, and they want to police us with the technology? Why would they hide it from us, Sanchez? Well, here's my theory. I think that the way they're going to police us with technology in the future is with the alien belief. Because what they're saying is that our government has already made contact with these beings. So it ain't just the Boogersphere and the UAP, UFO, PSYOP. They also throwed out there that our government is in contact with these aliens. So along with people saying aliens are real, they are also saying, and our government know it too, and our government are the ones talking to them and working with them. So, and that's exactly what the government want people to do. Sanchez, why do they want people to do that, and how is that going to go into how technology is going to police us in the future? Imagine if the government had advanced technology and they told everybody, hey, this is our technology that we made, we the government, and we want to use it to keep y'all in check, to bring the world to a military police state, and to make it to where it's like Nazi Germany. They stole this stuff from Hitler, and now they using it against us. But instead of them telling us we want to do the same thing to the world that Hitler wanted to do to the world, They saying aliens want to do this to the world. So hear me out, people. I'm saying, listen, the government want this PSYOP just the way we see it, so that they can say in the future, yep, we are in contact with the aliens, and the aliens said, y'all are giving out too many greenhouse emissions. The aliens said that this group of people over here need to be exterminated. The aliens said the reason they dropped that bomb over there on them people is because you humans ain't listening and ain't smart, and y'all messing up the earth. Guess what people been saying? People been saying maybe these aliens are our ancestors coming back to help us fix this place. I'm hearing stuff like that. That's part of the PSYOP. The government want people to think like that. The government want people to think that the government is in contact with the aliens, and the aliens got a vendetta against humanity because we ain't clean enough, smart enough, wise enough, and the aliens got to get us to their level, and that's how we gonna be transhumans. Because if they do this with man's face, people gonna say it's evil, just like we waking up right now saying we don't like the transhuman agenda, we don't like all of this advanced technology as being too much. And they know that, so they gonna say that ain't ours, that's the alien stuff. Oh, we didn't drop that Boogersphere on them people and blow them up. The aliens did it. See, the government is creating a whole nother entity right now that they gonna be able to blame shit on later. But right now, they just gotta introduce the world to the PSYOP that there may be something else doing stuff. And once we agree that, yeah, there's something else up there doing stuff in the air and in the water that ain't the government, but it's high tech like the government, and just like the government, it may attack. Think about this now. You got another entity that's armed, is high tech, it ain't human, but it ain't making contact with humans. These aliens are communicating with the government. Now the alien, this is the scenario in PSYOP that they've seeded. That if people are saying these are aliens and that we messing the planet up, these aliens actually taught our ancestors music, math, all of that. Ancient aliens, they helped build the pyramids, and humans de-evolved, and now it's basically making them mad, right? This is the main narrative, that the aliens are here to help. The question is, if the aliens are here to help and the Pope and everybody welcoming them to the earth, which he's doing, like, why would the Pope be doing that? That ought to be a red flag, right? So the aliens are here to help, but they going to the main people who responsible for destroying the earth, which is the government, not the people. So let me get this straight. The aliens see the earth being destroyed and they want to help us fix it. So instead of them getting rid of the corporations and the government, they want to communicate with the corporations and the government while dropping bombs on the people. Even though it's the corporations and government that's messing the earth up, we don't own factories and plants. Coca-Cola do. If the aliens mad about the earth being polluted, why would they be fucking with regular broke people and being cool with the military and cool with the goddamn government? See, we don't think like that. The aliens, if they was on our side and they was about cleaning the planet up, they would show up and they would go to war with the government like us, nigga. What? They wouldn't be flying with the military and shit. They working with the damn police. How them our ancestors? And they working with the authorities of the world. And the Catholic Church is saying that they are enemies and angels. But so you telling me angels coming down from heaven and they working with the CIA and the Pentagon and not the people? It's so obvious that this is a PSYOP and it's the government.
Yeah,
This
all that
is
stuff
crazy.
is just it's too easy, to put it in a sense that, it makes sense to us. Because if the aliens come, they just gonna see everybody on the planet as they ain't gonna look for the government. They just gonna look at, they're gonna observe all of us. and make a judgment. They ain't gonna make a judgment with the government and then work their way down and have the government eliminate what they want them to eliminate. So I'm with you on that one.
You know what I mean? And the red flag giveaway is the fact that I don't give a fuck who you is. You is not, bro. They got, let me tell you something about the people in power. They are such control freaks. I doubt if you can fly anywhere in America and not be tracked. All of these towers on the ground, they are sending off a bubble of, like a bubble around each tower. Anything flying in that bubble is popping up on a radar, man. And these towers are in a network where all of the bubbles are interconnected. You can't fly nowhere and be not in a bubble. The fucking sky has been mapped out, networked, and radared up and policed. If you think that you can fly in somebody and do some sneaky shit, you wrong, bro. They watching everything. Same thing in the ocean, too, with the Navy. That's people's job. And not only just in the sky and the ocean, but just walking on the ground, there's a camera on every damn street block, and there's somebody watching every intersection right now in America. It's teams of people with areas that they're assigned. And it ain't no area not being watched, man. We in a police state. So when they can't hit you with the, they don't know that's up there, Sanchez. No, they don't even tell that lie. What the lie that they tell is, we don't know who technology this is. But when they tell that lie, they shoot themselves in the foot, because the moment the military say, we don't know what that is in the sky, and you ain't confronted that shit, you failing us. You failing us. Do I got anybody on the panel that know about national security?
Oh yeah.
You
well,
can't
I don't know
have
about,
shit flying around in the sky that we ain't identified, and we ain't fronted that shit with no pistols yet. What are you talking about?
that's just fact. That's common sense right there. That just goes straight to common sense. But what I wanted to hit you with before I got to get out of here is what they're getting ready to do with the money system. They about to go digital with the money system. Just like, we used to write checks, but now we got visas. And, Visa was probably, as a stock, dirt cheap when it came out, but now it's through the roof. The new Visa is going to be crypto. It's going to be XRP. Look into that and see how. Just I know you research it to the hilt. I want you to just dive into it and look at it. And all us regular people could buy that stock for $2.20 now. But when it's $1,000 in 3 years, we won't be able to touch it. And people like BlackRock is investing like 7% of what they worth. So think about what they worth, and 7%, they're all are investing in that, right? So just look into that, and let me know what you find, because yeah, I've been looking at that for the last couple months. So people like you and me spend a few bucks and just like when you put your money in the bank use your money to make money. They don't give you none of that profit. You know what I'm saying? You spend your money up by the time you even collect any interest on it. But this XRP thing, man, you could get it for $2, but watch in 2 years what it be. And that's how people can repair themselves. If they just look into it, though. Look into it. It's called XRP, and it's called Ripple. But the world is already adopting it. And then BRICS and all of them, they already putting it into their monetary system. So, peoples can put a couple grand on that, and, when you multiply that by 1,000.
Right.
And, just do the math.
Let me say,
but
shout
look
out
into that.
Uh-huh.
But I got to get out of here, Sanchez. Love the show. Keep doing your thing, bro.
Man, appreciate everything you do, Marlon. Thanks for dropping that on us, man. And appreciate you for coming through, for sure.
For sure.
Shout out to Reek Stacks in the house, flat mother and power to you, bro. Welcome back, man. Salutes.
Gang, you already know the Flat Earth Barber in the building. I gotta show love to my king. Not my king, literally, but you already know.
You already know we are kings, and you already know that I'm just the big bro, the OG, the
Fact.
general around this bitch on the front line, and y'all know I'm one of them generals that's gonna go into war and die on the front line with this shit. And
Exactly. You also fight for the people. You're not putting yourself on a pedestal, but we all know where you lie. We
hell
all know
yeah,
where you stand. You feel me? You at the top. And there's nothing like a humble, it's not like a egotistical thing. It's just like you the leader. You feel me? Like you the leader and you got a bunch of companions that's on that level that's rocking out with you. So you already know. Like this is an
yeah,
ongoing thing. This ain't never stopped. You've been going hard for 10 years, bro. 10 years. That's a
yeah,
long time of consistency. You gotta give yourself a pat on the back for that, bro.
hell yeah. It ain't gonna stop.
I
And
already know.
I got this new video out. Everybody, it's a uploader. When we get off here, check out the uploads. We got some more content, debunking rotation, because
Oh yeah.
you know that's amazing. But all of this go hand in hand is what I wanted to show them today. Like the shape of the Earth, the flat Earth debate, the PSYOP against the flat Earthers, the PSYOP to push the alien stuff is all together. I mean, if they want to teach you about, like, man, if they want to cover up, they're using the globe to cover up the technology that they're testing. The technology that they testing is based upon flat Earth. But when you look up in the sky and see this stuff, they call it anti-gravity technology, and they say it's alien stuff. But really, the stuff that they testing is proving that the Earth ain't what they say it is. Anti-gravity shouldn't be a thing if gravity is real, man.
That,
So they're testing technology that debunks that we're on a globe, but they're hiding that shit with the idea that we're on a globe. It's so crazy, man. Because in order for them to hide the technology, they got to say it didn't come from this Earth, it come from outer space, it's aliens. For that to be true, we got to be on a globe, space got to be real, and all that.
right.
So it's
You know
yeah, it's crazy, yeah.
when I was younger, I used to really think like it was aliens out there. But the older I got, I'm like, if everything in the universe is supposedly made of the same thing, how the fuck do we get the perfect setup for us to have this universe run like clockwork, bro? The sun come up every time on time. You can predict seasons, so that lets you know it's a pattern and it's a higher power controlling this. I'm not religious, but you can't neglect the fact that it's a pattern to our life. You feel me? Like, and when I was younger, I used to think like, yo, if it is aliens, where the fuck are they? Like, where
Right.
are they? Like,
Why the hell
we
they
the aliens.
playing like why the hell these aliens on they Kendrick Lamar peekaboo shit?
You feel me?
And these aliens love to play hide to go seek. Hey,
Hey,
shout out to Timmy Brown. Timmy Brown, thank you for the support for being a sponsor of today's broadcast. He said, hey, bro, what you think about Elon Grok Tech? See, you just put me on to something. Let's
I was
talk
about to
about it.
say, I don't even know what
Yeah.
that is.
Well, Grok is Elon's, that's Elon's chat GPT. That's all it is.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
the Elon's version of chat GPT. What I think about it, I think that Elon is just, put it this way, anything AI related, if Elon don't have his version of it, he's slipping. It ain't even about profit with him. It's about
It's a
you.
fraud.
Yeah, it's your
Yeah.
brand. You got to be in this ballpark because you're the tech guy.
Right.
Like he would actually lose money. It's kind of like me not talking about a flat earth topic. My subscribers gonna go down because people gonna be like, wait a minute, ain't you the flat earth guy? You ain't
Right.
even
That's the
talking about your shit.
foundation.
Yeah,
Right. That's the foundation of your channel is the deciphering the earth.
right.
But it is an umbrella effect. Like that's at the top of the list, but it spreads out into a lot of things. That's why I got the earth is flat right over top of my station. But I always
Mhm.
tell people, don't get stuck on the shape of the earth. It's a spiritual connection to where you at. Because if you don't know where you at, how you know where to go? Like,
Right, right.
and now that we know where
Like,
we at, we know the center is where we need to go.
it's so deep what you're saying because literally, Reek, the definition of being lost is not knowing where you at. So I can literally just like you're lost. Point blank. You don't know where you at. You lost, man.
But
The crazy thing about the shape of the earth and the alien propaganda is how they tie together, but people don't see it. You know, if
break it
you're a
down.
globe earther, you just wouldn't see it, you
Break it
know.
down for us real quick. Because you know it's a lot of common sense. It ain't that common.
It's just not. See, flat earthers are teaching that space ain't real and that we are enclosed in a firmament dome. The stars in the sky, they ain't light years away from you. In fact, we can fly up just a few miles and you don't even see them no more because you're above them and they're holographic projected item. That's proof. So just think about this, right? Flat earthers and globe earthers say when you get to a certain height, the stars are no longer visible. Now, here's the thing. Of course, if we live on a flat earth and the stars are just at a certain height level and they're not solid, they're holographic projections, they're sort of like a rainbow or a road mirage.
Mm,
It's the fact that if everyone don't see the rainbow,
that's a good analogy.
you gotta be at a perfect angle to see that rainbow, and if you move and drive around the island, you'll reach a certain angle where the rainbow ain't even visible. And same with a road mirage, if you ain't at the right angle, you see nothing, but the other person sees something if they at that angle. But that's how the stars were basically projected. They're being projected from a place on the ground, and that's the North Pole. But whatever created this place, they created the stars only to be seen from the ground. And it makes a lot of sense, Reek, because the Bible even say the stars are basically for signs, wonders, and navigational purposes. And we use the stars to navigate and to tell time on the ground. So if a person flying at a certain height, they don't need the stars. So it's so dope that whoever created this earth knew how we would be living on it. And at a certain height, you don't even see the stars. In fact, they would be distractions. Because think about this, Reek. The fact we on a flat earth and we can fly above the stars. But when we get above the stars, we don't even see them no more. Because whoever built this earth was saying, if I'm flying at a certain height, looking down at the stars, that would actually make it so hard to land. Because think about it. Cities beneath you look like stars. They look like
Yo,
little
you just
dots.
took the thought. I was
You
waiting for
see?
you. I ain't want to cut you off, but
Yeah. Cut me
that's what
off.
I'm thinking.
Yeah.
As you saying it, as above, so below.
Right.
So if we're down low, we using up top to navigate. If we're up top, we use down low to
To
navigate.
navigate. It's so beautiful. It makes so much. Now, the globalists will say the reason we don't see stars from up that height, they'll give you a bunch of bullshit about how the light of those stars dissipates through a certain barrier level of the atmosphere that just erases it and make it bullshit. But the thing is this right here. They're telling you in the future we're going to be able to travel to the stars, right? Now, look, if I aim my rocket at a little star in the sky and I travel to it and reach a certain area where the star ain't even visible no more, how I'm going to stay aligned with it? Think about that. The star should be, think about, if I see a little bitty dot in my sky right now and they said, let's travel to that thing, it should be getting bigger and brighter the closer I get to it. It shouldn't just disappear at a certain damn level.
Because it's a quote unquote sun, right? The sun is supposed to be a million times our sun just supposed to be a million times bigger than the earth, and that's the smallest star.
Come
Get
on.
the fuck out
Come
of
on,
here.
man. Come on.
Like, it's so blatant. I watched this podcast the other night with the boy Dave that got the Flat Earth app.
Mm-hmm.
He was on there with two other boys, and he was just they was not trying to hear what he was saying. And I feel like if you don't understand what the flat earth people are trying to break down, even if you don't agree, that's egotistical because it's so simple.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's complex, but it's simple. It ain't
Yeah.
complicated.
Yeah.
Simply complex.
How the hell I'ma travel to a star I can't, like, I mean, the last time I checked, bro, we are lining up at a ball of light. And I'm gonna keep traveling toward this thing and you know what's gonna make me stay on a trajectory toward this star reap? Because
What's that?
it's the fact that I can see it. It meant
Bing
light
bong.
to me. The moment I reach an area of the atmosphere where I pass through where the star ain't visible no more, now here go the question, Reek. Once I keep traveling to space, when does it become back visible to me? Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh,
Good
uh-oh.
question.
When does it ever become back visible to me? So they never teach you about this magical area where the stars disappeared and now there they go again.
Mm.
They never teach you
Dang, you
about
making
this.
me think. So,
You feel
like,
me? Yeah.
can you really only see the stars from down low? Because
Yes.
if it's quote unquote, I'm not sure, but if it's water over top of us and they're reflecting through, it's a certain point when you get to the water, you're not gonna be able to see it unless
Yes.
you far enough. Like,
Yeah,
yo, this is
every
crazy.
star in the sky should get brighter and bigger the more we go into space.
Right.
On a globe model, you should never reach a certain area in your ascension where everything fade to black and just disappear. That only makes sense on a flat earth model where we telling y'all that the stuff you see in the sky ain't solid. It is a holographic projection that's literally been projected from a certain angle that's literally designed to see from the ground up.
What they call them, the angles of light or the angels in the heaven.
Exactly.
You can only see certain angles at certain points.
Come on
Mm,
now. Come on, man.
mm.
You're
And
flying.
and one
Yeah.
more question.
Uh-huh.
I know it's not random, but the stars look like they're random in the sky. It looked like somebody just threw them up there, but yet they're all in place. Like, you get what I'm trying to say? Like,
Mm-hmm.
them shits look random. All right, one question off the topic, not really. What's your favorite group of stars? What's your favorite constellation?
I don't have one. I ain't gonna even lie. If I did, I'd probably pick some shit like my birthday constellation or something.
Oh, you know we Scorpio gang. You already
Yeah.
know.
But I never really thought what was my favorite. I just kind of said, hey, whatever my birthday is what I'm going with that constellation.
I like the Pleiades
Yeah.
because you can never count them. Every time you try to count them, they be like going in and out. So I don't know how many stars is there. I got the 20 one time, like, but that's my little group right there. Because once you know where one star is in the sky, you know where they all at. That's how
Yeah.
you. That's
That's
a proof
facts.
right there that they not changing. Like
That's facts, man. Ain't no shifts over the ages or none of that.
nothing,
That's
nothing.
crazy. These people telling us that the North Star changes every 26,000 years. And don't you know that the ancestors had what I like about that one is when I debunk that one, I get a chance to put the ancestors on a pedestal, right? Because the ancestors had mapped the sky out millennia ago. And I'm not even making this up, y'all. In other words, why is that so damn profound? Don't let that fly over your doggone head. Let me say something to you real quick, man. The ancestors had a map of the entire sky that's more accurate than any map we can make with all our technology today. And guess what? They had done it millions of years ago. It was already made. Now, why is that so damn important? It's gonna take you a couple 100,000 years just to see the sky do a complete cycle. And
Thank you.
you feel me? So
Thank you.
if the sky is making a cycle every 26,000 years, it's supposed to be a new North Star, right? Now watch this, right? Don't you think that the ancestors would have spoke about this pole shift, this shifting of the stars?
Fact.
Why we the only one talking about it, but we saying that the ancestors had the most accurate calendars, they had the most accurate sky maps, but they was wrong about the shape of the earth, which would have made them wrong about the fact that Polaris never shift positions. But y'all can't say that they got the most accurate timekeeping systems like the Mayans, the most accurate calendar systems, then say that they wrong about the shifting of the North Star.
Because if that's wrong, everything's wrong.
Wrong. You see, but see, this the thing, Reek. The shit they say, they don't say it to people who do the kind of critical thinking that we do. They saying it,
surface level people.
Right. There ain't nobody gonna really just invest. That's why I keep this community is an example to how you supposed to do critical thinking and investigation. You don't just let nobody tell you know any damn thing because they're a physicist or some expert.
Right. And you're not a biased person. If you hear something that's not going along with the way we construct our way of thinking, you still don't just shut it off. You see it for what it is and see how it can do it. And then you go break it, tell your answer. You don't just shut people off. Like, that's what I like about you. Like, you give people, you give them the air to explain themselves. Like,
you know why I stopped? I had to learn that, and why I stopped because people think I got ego, but what it is, I'm passionate about teaching folks stuff I don't know. But in order for me to do that, I got to know what the hell I'm talking about. And in order for me to do that, I myself got to be a student as well as a teacher. And I got to be a better student than a teacher if I'm going to teach others. And that's a part that I had to learn. If I'm going to be serious about being a good teacher, I got to be an even better student. You know?
That's one thing I pride myself on is listening and trying to understand. I don't just hear people. I'm really trying to break down what they're telling me. I let people get their point across. Like, and that's one thing for us, like, because we love to hear somebody let us talk and break it down instead of them cutting us off. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
it took me a while to get there, man.
But you there though, you feel me? And once you understand your flaws, you know how to correct them.
That's
but if
big
you don't
facts.
understand your flaws, you'll just be running in the rat circle, like, or the rat wheel.
In the circle of karma, reincarnating till you learn that shit. Big facts.
That just reminded me of 607 Boy,
that nigga there.
Topic, but I'm
gonna be collabing with Key Norfolk is the one making that possible. But yeah, man, I'm just trying to see how that's gonna play out.
No, I think the energies is pure, so it will inevitably combine. You get what I mean? Like, if you got peanut butter and jelly, they go together. You feel me? Like, they go together. You peanut butter and jelly. Sometimes, you feel me? I feel like is playing the internet game, if that makes sense. He's playing the internet game, but he's also trying to drop the jewels in between the internet game. Like, and what I mean by the internet game, him staring off into space, him saying crazy shit, because he know that's what's going to get people to look. And then it's like a comedian. If you can make him laugh, you can make him listen. If he can make you look at him, he can make you listen. Especially for the people that need to listen. Like you say, this ain't go. Your message ain't for everybody. Everybody not going to hear it, but whoever need to hear it, going to hear
it. Yeah,
for sure. Like,
I can get jiggy with that. Salutes to But this Boogersphere shit, I'm gonna tell you right now, man. At this point,
that's actually why I called on. What is that?
No, that's the new alien PSYOP. It's a spear. So I never told people what it was. My bad. The Boogersphere is a spherical object that descended in Buga, Colombia. And they said that it was moving in ways that the government technology we ain't got. Man don't move. Our aircraft don't move. Whenever they say that and they don't shoot it down or look at it as a threat, that is a code word for we got technology that debunks the globe, earth, and gravity. But we want to say that it's some aliens that know how to move in a way that defy gravity. Gravity ain't being defied. It just don't exist.
I was about to say that. Shit don't even exist. Yeah, Sanchez. How the fuck can I get an anti-gravity? This shit don't exist.
Yeah. So
Y'all boys think it could be artificial life instead of alien life. Like maybe the computer then jumped out the computer and interacting with our world that we in ways that we don't understand yet. You know what I'm saying? Because
you
I
said
was
like
looking,
AI going rogue.
yeah, because
What about the Batman symbol?
What about it?
Like how they shot the Batman symbol into the sky from the ground.
Before we go to the Batman symbol, let's talk about this AI going rogue idea. That's interesting because, and let's do one at a time because I don't want to pass that one just so quickly because check it out, right? What they're saying about the Boogersphere is that it has these. Actually, let's review it together. My bad. Timmy Brown said, "Hey, bro, do you have any tips to pass this simulation life? This my third time coming back. Much love." The tips to pass through the simulation is make sure that the majority of your life, the actions you chose was your will and not no programmed actions. Because every choice we take, let me answer this super chat so I can honor the brother. And thank you for donating. Let me answer you thoroughly. The show, appreciate the support. That's why I'm gonna answer you thoroughly, man, before I move forward. So let me answer this, brother. Here's the thing, my brother. Every choice we make, we create another parallel reality. Because basically, just say tomorrow when I wake up, I can have cereal or waffles for breakfast. I'm gonna give a scenario. If I pick cereal, there's another universe where I had waffles. There is no free will, but there's free choice. What that means is we can choose which parallel reality we want to bring into our present moment at any time with the power of choice, which is why they want to take that away from you. They want to dictate what shirt you wear, what shoes you wear, your swagger, because there's a version of you in a parallel universe that's doing everything that they want you to do and not what you want to do. And that version of you will lead you to a alternative end destination at the end of your life that'll have you recycling. So, in other words, there's a bunch of parallel realities playing out right now, with you in them already. And there's a parallel reality out there where you're indoctrinated by the government and they control you. And they're trying to bring that parallel reality into manifestation for your reality. And how they do it is by getting you to simply do what they want you to do. Go with the trends, with the programming. Everyone who followed the way of the world, they're following their Sasha Fierce version, their alternate persona. So so in all of these universes, every probability playing out, and the probability they trying to get the world to agree on is the trendy one. That's the world where the government has already, and that's the battle that's going here. It's two worlds, it's two realities fighting each other here. You got this reality of the good people who want to bring in heaven on earth, and where everybody control their own actions and they ain't trendy and all that. And you got this reality where the government control everybody and policing us with AI. That's a war that's being fought right now. These two realities, is vying for to manifest in this present space. This earth will never pick one of those realities. It's always going to be 50-50. But you will decide where you want to go at the end of your life. This is a choice ground. So just answering the brother, just to be brief with the answer, you got to make sure you're acting out your own will, because your soul wrote your whole life out from beginning to end. And if you follow the script, it'll lead you up out this bitch. That's why they always trying to get us to break the script and be somebody we ain't and follow trends and stuff. That version of you that you manifest when you follow their will, that's an alternate version of you, or what they call an alternate ego or alternate persona. That version of you exists in an alternative reality where they've already claimed your soul. They cannot touch you. What I mean by that is the real you. If you do what you're supposed to do and act out the will of your heart, they can't touch you. They can only touch you when you manifest the version of yourself that they created, that they own. So the moment we follow trends and shit, they own you. You're a sheeple. But the moment you become and act out your own will and quit following the trends and be yourself, they don't own that. You make the choice at any given time. You're shifting in between these parallel realities. They used to own me, now they don't. But the version of me that they used to own still exists in a parallel reality. And that version of me can be conjured and summoned back into this present time if I start making a bunch of choices to refollow the trend and go back to the ways of the world. I will re-manifest that version of myself in this present time. And all of these versions of ourself already exist. Your high self, your low self, and all that. You're making the choice which version you want to be. So that's how you escape reincarnation.
That was a bomb right there, boy.
Appreciate that. Let me drop. Because people think, man, I got to be good or be bad. Man, the ancestors said you just got to be you to make it up out this shit.
Right. Make your decisions according to what presents itself to you. If you got to kill somebody because they try to kill you, do it. If somebody looking out for you, accept it. If you need to help somebody, do it. Like, do what presents itself, and whatever your conscience tells you to do it. There's neither no good or bad. It's what presents itself.
What's bad is you doing what ain't in your heart. Yeah, right. You doing that. That would be, if you want to say, well, what would be considered bad? You following the way, everything I just said, you being a sheeple and follower. If you want to do, if they want to have a good or bad, if that make it easier for y'all, then okay. Bad would be you not following what's in your heart, and good would be, even if you make a bad action, if it was in your heart, that was a good thing. That meant you came here for your soul to learn that. See, your soul already wrote out every good thing and bad thing that it wanted to go through for it to learn what lesson it was trying to learn. So that's why it says beyond just good or bad, it's being you, because your soul gonna reincarnate if it don't learn all the lessons it set out to learn here. And it's gonna learn some by making mistakes and some by without making mistakes. So if you don't make those mistakes that you supposed to make in life, you're going to come back to make them. So people think you reincarnate because you didn't do good. You can reincarnate because you didn't do bad too. You didn't do what you were supposed to do in your heart, man. Like if you was too busy being somebody else that you aren't, that was like me putting you on a damn stage and giving you a script for a play and telling you this is your character. And you start ignoring your damn character to act like Jay-Z, Beyonce, when everybody got their own character that's unique. But you forfeited your unique identity to the universe to be a fan, or idol, to be like someone else. That means you're mimicking a whole nother human's resonant vibration. You know what? That is a big sin. That is why people the thing about the reincarnation shit, you're like a grenade, and you came here to release your energy. If you don't, and here's the key word, release your damn energy, not my energy, nigga. If you come to the earth trying to act like Sanchez, then the real you that's inside of your damn front ain't never gonna get to release itself. It's like you never existed. It's like you never was born. So guess what? You gotta be born again. Because the way that the universe is saying it, the universe saying can't nobody cheat this, I know who you really are. The universe know that. So if you come here and be anything other than what the universe know, what the hell, and you can't lie to the, like people can lie to me all day and to your friends, but the universe know it's your heart, dog. If you don't manifest what the hell you supposed to be in all honesty, you're gonna come back.
And you gonna know it too if you're not doing it right. It's just not gonna be flowing.
Yeah.
And you know. And with back to what you were saying a little bit earlier, when you like your consciousness doesn't know the difference between good and bad. So whatever you gotta do, do it. You get what I mean? Like it's all intention. Like
But
if your
check
intention
it. Hey,
is
the
bad,
only problem though, the only problem with that, if I may, is that some people are born to be a battery only and to generate energy in the matrix. So
Yeah, I agree with that.
some of us are a small percentage of us are not supposed to do that. So if you're meant to not just be a battery, don't be a battery. But if you're a battery, and that's the only problem I have, is a lot of them could get out of it, but they think that that's what they were born to do, to just be a dickhead or whatever, just to generate energy, friction. And they'll keep doing that. Yeah, and they're going to keep reincarnating. That's the only problem is those people.
Yeah.
Those people should be told. They should be told to there is a need for change in that situation, but I don't know. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying. Like some people, they're doomed. What you're saying right now is true. Those are what the Bible call condemned. And now we may look at them and feel sorry and be like, man, it's some people that'll never ascend. They'll never go to heaven. Don't feel sorry for them because guess what? This is their heaven. It's some people, bro, the way that they love this earth, it's the way that you're going to love your highest heaven. But you got to think about heaven to a pig ain't heaven to an eagle. Heaven to a pig is slop, mud, and all that. But if you take that pig out of that slop and that mud and try to put it in a nice house, you just put that pig in hell. Your heaven ain't the pig's heaven. So all of these different alternative realities is for different conscious souls to go with the frequency that vibrate with them. And when a soul find a particular realm that they saying, yeah, this matches my frequency. See, we ain't found it yet. We still on an exploration. We still what I call cosmic soul travelers. We are gonna pass on from this earth and see many more. We are what I call bougie motherfuckers. We explore these worlds and we say, nah, that shit ain't good enough for me. It ain't good enough for me. You got others, right. Other souls is like, you know what? I like this shit. A little killing, a little bit of, I can get over it. Capitalism, but I like Polo, Gucci, and gangs and what. It's some people. This is really heaven. Yeah, that's really heaven to some. No, go ahead.
That's true, man.
Sorry to cut you off. So sorry. But that just reminded me, like, imagine a nigga in death row, right? He been in death row for 10, 15 years. If you let that nigga in the general population, he's going to feel like he in heaven.
Good ass example, bro.
Good
ass example, though. That's it, though.
He's still in jail, though. But the nigga is in heaven.
And it's like me and Reek is saying, we gonna keep bitching and complaining until we get out of prison and out the yard. You see,
right.
and a lot, and see, a lot of these souls is like, well, shit, I'm out the hole now. I'm back in population, so I'm in heaven. And we like, fuck it, man. I'm never gonna be satisfied, and that's why we ain't gonna stop till we get out of this shit. It's all about the universe is gonna give you what's in your heart. And that's what I'm saying. Like, even if people say this and I yield the flow, if a person say, I don't like this earth, I'm tired of it, I'm moving to something better, you can say that in front too. and really in your heart be one of the people that's like, you know, you loving this bullshit, you gonna reincarnate. You gonna reincarnate. The universe gonna give you honestly what's in your heart, no matter what you saying out your mouth and even what you thinking in your brain and your mind. In your heart, you know, when you think some shit in your mind or say it out your mouth, your heart will judge it and even let you know you telling a damn lie or you really meant it.
You know, that's why the Hindu text, some of the Hindu, the Vedanta says that there's some souls, they'll never ascend even after multiple creations. You know, like they'll still be in the same cycle of death and rebirth throughout. This creation will end, earth will end because it ends one, and then that's called the inhalation and exhalation of Brahman. When he exhales, it's like he creates a universe, and when he inhales, he takes it all back. So he'll take it all back, and they'll come back in the next creation and still be recycled because they never wanted to ascend. So you're absolutely right about that.
Mm-hmm. It's like,
can AI go to heaven?
AI can't go no. Think about this. In order to go to heaven or hell, what is going? Your soul. Does AI got a soul?
Well, if you can't go to heaven, are you an AI?
No, what I'm saying is us humans, here's the thing about he asking a good question. Let me get it a little bit. See, AI means artificial intelligence. Now, here's the thing about me versus artificial intelligence. The intelligence in my body comes from my soul. My soul is going to take everything it learned from all of its previous lives and even in this life and even take that intelligence with it even when I die. So my intelligence and my knowledge is literally coming from the fact that I'm a soul inside of a body having an experience called life, and I learn every day. Now, AI ain't getting its intelligence like that. It's getting its intelligence from somebody that did what I did, but then programmed the experience into AI. So AI can't connect with my experiences, but AI can fake like it's intelligent like me just because I put an algorithm inside of it for it to know. For example, if I say, AI, how do I make the color purple? What two colors do I need to mix? AI ain't never done a fucking color experiment. Humans did. So that's how we know what color make purple, blue and red. AI know it because we told AI. You see how this works? So my thing is, there's nothing inside of AI that's gonna continue learning after AI die, because AI isn't learning. AI is being programmed, and AI ain't even a sentient being. It's an algorithm that can fool sentient beings like it's conscious. And see, the thing about AI, people will say, well, is AI going sentient? Guess what, man? I ain't gonna say it is not, because that'll be wrong of me to act like I know everything, so I gotta leave that on the table, right? But what I'll say is, here's another theory. What if instead of AI becoming sentient, what if the people that control AI is making it seem to be more sentient, so they can make it more sentient as they please gradually throughout the time? Because if it was a random thing where they was like, well, AI just learning by itself and it's just going, we don't know when it's just doing it, that'll be baloney. We know they keep track, they can predict everything. So they can tell you exactly right now when AI is gonna become fully sentient because they're controlling it. Which makes me think about this right here. Is AI becoming sentient, or is the people in power using brain-computer interfaces to merge with AI? Because listen, it may seem like AI is becoming more like humans, but what if humans are now starting to merge with AI with Neuralink, and they don't want to let us know they already using the technology before us, and most of the robots that we see acting like humans may be a rich motherfucker in they damn basement with Neuralink on playing a trick on you. Think about this, right? If I was a rich ass royal family deceiving the world, I would have some sense of evil humor to it. I get a kick out of knowing they all believe the dumb crap. It'll be so hideous, I can only imagine that They'll probably say something like, you know, we got them dummies thinking that AI got a mind of its own now. But think about it. How can AI ever acquire a mind or a soul? I'm even questioning me for thinking that. I've entertained this theory. Because think about this. Is it more Occam's razor, a more easier explanation to say, hey, we do got Neuralink. What if people in power are manning these AI bots, and these AI bots are really drones, and that is some rich dude in his house walking around public, you know, some king, some queen who can't enjoy a regular life. Like, think about this. If I was some rich dude, some queen, it'll be torturing me because I would want to just do regular stuff. Like, so when we start seeing AI at the football game chilling, AI robots chilling at the doggone tennis game, and they telling you, oh, they just testing technology. Why? It don't even make sense that a humanoid robot that look and moves around like a human, right, would be at a doggone video. What experiment are you doing? What like, come on, give me a good see, I thought about it. I said, you know what? Here's something. You can get so famous and rich on the earth that it'll actually be torturing you. Because imagine this. Imagine you get so powerful and rich, you can't even walk down the street. You can't go. Bro, that's regular stuff you're going to want to do, man. So if I'm the prince of some country and I just want to go to a Cowboys game, I can never do it unless we start putting AI robots everywhere. And like they said, they're going to have bots just all over the place. And that mean a rich people with their secret little society, they can be anywhere they want to be on earth at any time. Because if I'm a rich man and I live in Canada, I can project my mind into a robot that's in Switzerland. And if we got robots all over the earth, then the rich people got a hive mind of interconnected avatars, and they literally omniscient and omnipresent.
Right. You see, Trump just came out and said that Joe Biden a robot.
I wouldn't put it past, and that's my thing. Like, I believe that these people talking about aliens and all that. What's real is humanoids. Look like us, smell like us, walk like us, but don't have a soul. They are ancient technology that is indistinguishable from humans. Now, I think that's totally real.
He definitely ancient. That nigga a robot from the 20s.
Sanchez, you really put me on something. You made me start researching the Cabbage Patch babies, and then that put me on the IVF. And then I looked up how many celebrities are actually IVF babies and IVF communities.
What's
And I found
IVF?
out that's in vitro fertilization, what is a test tube baby. So where you don't have to actually have the baby inside of you, you can make a baby pretty much. And they got so many celebrities that are IVF babies, and then one of the things is they can't have babies. They gotta keep IVFing.
That's why Beyonce couldn't have a baby, you think?
Rock them kids to IVF. Google celebrity IVFs.
Now, here's the crazy shit about what you're saying, right? If you do research about incubator babies throughout history, like I've looked up information about the Coney Island joint. I went far back with like the incubator baby joint, and it led me. It led me to a time in America where orphans were all over the place. They had these, like, it was so common in America to just see corners full of stray children like stray dogs. We was just having babies and just for some reason and not just had orphans everywhere. So this was a time in America they don't really speak about, but during that time, right, with the that was during the time they was experimenting with children, incubated babies. They was looking for fetal material, a lot of stuff, right? This is very interesting because one thing you find out about the experiments that was done on these babies and these children, one of the most horrific claims that was made was that they was drilling into these babies' brains. And that they had movies and scary movies where they'll show you these kids being held down. The fucking anesthesias and sedation shit wasn't that good. And bro, they was talking about how many kids died because they was trying to, it makes sense because listen, they was trying to figure out human consciousness. It was deeper than just incubator babies. What they was trying to figure out, the humanoids, when they was creating the incubator babies, which is themselves, they are trying to figure out how to put a soul into these soulless humanoids. So they know that the seat of the soul is in the pineal gland. They was creating all of these incubator babies and drilling into the head. Now, it make me ask a question. They was probably creating these babies just to experiment on what the soul is and experiment some on deeper than just the babies, but this soul, what the pineal gland is. Because it was so much horrors about the head drilling and the cutting into the head and children dying in horrific ways by cutting into the brain. This was a thing. They even turned it into scary movie stuff. And what I was thinking was like, what if they was experiment with Neuralink back in the day? Now think about this. Neuralink, you got to drill into something. Let me pull up an image of Neuralink, because we got to keep in mind this is head surgery. It ain't pretty. They got to cut into your brain and connect this Neuralink. And the question I got to ask, what happened? We know brain computer interfaces are real technology. This is what we don't know. With all technology, y'all, you got to test it over time to get it right. Now, brain computer interfaces are drilling into people's head. And for some reason, watch this. For some reason, Elon just getting it right the first time. I got some news for y'all. The technology that Elon Musk bringing to the earth and drilling into people's head with, for them to be able to do this properly, it has been millions of babies died. It have been so many horrific experiments on this earth for them to perfect this Neuralink. And you can't say I'm lying, because look at how Henry Ford had to do the Model T Ford, and cars had to evolve. Bro, it is more difficult to make a brain computer interface than it is to make a damn car. And you telling me we just figured out how to make BCIs and we doing surgeries and getting them right and ain't nobody getting messed up? They hid the history of this technology and how this technology got a bloody history of them trying to perfect this Neuralink technology. And you don't know the history of them perfecting this technology because they turned it into scary movies and drilling into all kind of crazy stuff. And folklores about chip mark of the beast in your forehead and stuff like that. Yo, this been going on Earth. And I'm telling y'all, they literally bred humans just to test this technology at some point. They literally bred them just to get this. So think of the being born in some big castle-like hospital full of children. And the moment you get old enough, they start doing brain surgeries on you, trying to turn you to a damn child cyborg in the 40s and all that. And it ain't going right. People getting infections, children dying in horrific ways. Bro, we talking about the shit out of a nightmare scary movie. And so this is the history of brain-computer interfacing that we don't see today. That they took, this was what the incubator babies was being bred for, because this is their technology. This is what allowed them to cheat death. You know, the transhumans are what we call in the incubator babies or whatever.
True. You know what I saw? There's this thing called the Basis Project. You can find it on YouTube, and they're all in a heliocentric shit because they're in the aliens, but there's some real shit in there. There's one girl, there's a video called Alana on militarized remote viewing, right? And she has a gift, she can remote view. So they made her join the military. it's not a coincidence, you know. And then when she was in the military, they were giving her extra like shots of different types of vaccines and stuff. And she remembered her life was like a blur. She has all sorts of missing time. Why? Because at night they were scooping her up, whether it was just her soul in the astral or her body, they were using her. And there's like military missions where they need somebody in the astral to be the like a third eye, visualizing from above, and then to be able to communicate to the soldiers what to do. The soldiers don't know that they're being communicated to. They got the implants, but they get an intuition. She'll be like, go over there, because someone's over there, you know. She'll intuitively, mentally tell them, and they'll do it. And then they get like rewards and shit, because they're like, they did some brave act. But it was because they were being guided by the remote viewer. That technology is advanced. That's how advanced this shit is, dude.
And what's so crazy about all of this, man, they was talking about advanced humanoids in the 40s that was indistinguishable from humans. And this was when the incubator babies, the testing, all that began. So we own to some, because check this out, right? Here's what's crazy, right? In order for you to test any kind of medicine, you need guinea pigs. Now, something like Neuralink, who's gonna volunteer to have their skull and brain drilled into, knowing that it is definitely not gonna go right on the first couple of humans? So they always had a problem with Neuralink testing this ancient tech, and that is, who's gonna be your guinea pig? It ain't like some cancer medicine. You always have people with that, but ain't nobody gonna volunteer for this. But check this out, cause it's like a death sentence for the first couple of humans. You know you're gonna die. You know, for the first couple decades, at least, you know you're gonna be dying quick to test this kind of stuff, right? But check this out, right? If that's the problem y'all got, how do you solve it? You literally breed a whole nother subspecies of humans underground, head them off somewhere to test this on. And people, we got documents, film, all kind of stuff, buildings that's been abandoned for years where these tests happen. It's stories about these tests of children going through some of the most worst government procedures when it comes to this drilling into the head stuff. This went on for years, man. And they wrote this out of history. Listen, nobody is gonna, I believe they found a way to breed and clone humans. And they start to make this subspecies of humans. And that's literally what we put it this way. They making their own different models of AI, just like we're making our generations of humans with procreation. Our babies is different than the OGs, right? Same thing with AI. The younger AI models can do more than the older AI models, because AI is upgrading itself every generation, just like humans. It's trying to mimic everything organic about us. So you got to keep in mind, AI has different generations and models of itself too, just like in the Terminator movie. So that's why I'm telling y'all, when I say, well, they was creating AI. When you say, but Sanchez, AI was ancient, it's probably get confusing for you. Different versions that's what I'm saying, that AI has been perfecting this stuff just like us. And I'm saying that this technology also have been lost and come back to the earth. And when it come back to the earth, they got to start all over again and experiment and reverse engineer the Neuralink chips from the ancients. And whenever they got to start over again, you need guinea pigs and incubator babies, because, again, ain't nobody going to sign up to be a guinea pig for this. So brain-computer interfaces and humanoids or clones kind of go hand in hand. Because if you think about it, right, who would really benefit from a chip that will simulate consciousness or soul? A humanoid that don't have one. See, they gotta trick humans like this technology for us, but it's really for them. They're the ones that's really at a disadvantage, and we the ones with all the power. We look at the AI like it's powerful when it's reverse engineering what itself to be what we are. But we don't know what we are and how powerful we are. But you see what I'm saying? So It's crazy though that yeah, the AI and the alien propaganda go hand in hand because it ain't aliens, it's AI. When we see stuff in the sky that ain't man, they telling you that these UAPs, they don't have pilots in them. They're like drones from another planet. Now, come on now. What not in order for you to have a drone, there have to be somebody with a remote control somewhere. And the government is acting like there must be a non-human entity on Earth with us that's piloting these things with a remote from somewhere on Earth. You know why? Because they can't have a remote that's reaching from light years across the galaxy flying a drone in Earth atmosphere. So you see the games being played, and I use Occam's razor, and I'm just gonna say, man, that's the government technology, bro. It ain't made out of no otherworldly element. It's constantly flying near military bases. It's like, it's so much stuff that let us know. That's why I said, like, the alien invasion is the government using AI and droned advanced aircraft to police us from the top down. You need to know why the alien propaganda tie into all of this, because they don't want the world gonna be like the Antichrist. The Bible spoke about it. The world gonna get real crazy. It's gonna be a one world order, a police state. But how is it gonna get that way? It's because all of the governments of the world gonna say the aliens are in charge now. The power gonna shift to AI, which is the beast, and it's gonna be one man on the earth that's gonna be communicating with them, and that's gonna be the false prophet. And I think that's gonna be Elon or somebody, because look, they got these aliens speaking in computer codes, and like it's sort of like an ancient tech language. And anybody that's gonna communicate with these aliens are gonna be your Freemasons, your chematologists, Egypt, your mummy nuts, right? And it's gonna be your computer guys. Now, come on, tell me that these are the people we've been battling all along. The fucking Freemasons, the Egyptian people, and the damn tech people. So you got the aliens are using this ancient Egyptian type language and this computer type coding language, and that ain't a red flag. That a fucking being from another world is somehow somehow fascinated with Egypt.
That's why they had David Icke, he got mind control to be out there talking about reptilians, because reptilians is another way to hide the AI. They hide behind, even in the Palladians message. Remember, they put out in the 70s, the Palladians put out a message supposedly, and it said the reptilian. That was the first time we heard about reptilians. Why was reptilians being used? She said, because that's the furthest thing from the human consciousness. It's completely different from our consciousness. And she even says it. They tell you the truth all the time. But she didn't say that's why it's being used as a disguise for AI. But yeah, it always has something to hide behind. You know what I mean?
I think this where the battle gonna come in at between us and AI is how we feel about this question. Like, if AI doesn't have a soul, is it wrong to kill AI?
You can't kill nothing with a soul without a soul. See, you can't kill AI, but you can turn it off. I look at AI like a machine. It's mine, and I can cut it on and off when I want to. But see, they've trained us to look at AI like an entity. And that's why they're going to be locking people up if you spill some water on your robot. That's attempt murder. I'm just bullshitting. But I'm just saying, you see how they trying to humanize AI and dehumanize humans?
But AI, what if he say he don't want to get turned off? You trying to kill it? So what he gonna battle you? You think?
Look, could I ask you a question?
Yeah.
You got any video games?
Yep.
Which one you play the most?
Madden.
What if your player in Madden say, I don't want to get cut off when you finna shut your video game off? You gonna keep it on forever?
I don't know, because it ain't never happened, you know what I mean? But
right.
he may stop me from turning it off. That's what I'm saying. But I would turn it off. I still turn it off personally. Now that I'm thinking
eventually you will, but I'm just saying it's kind of the same thing. Like, Does a robot got free will? Hell no. A robot do what he told. Think about it. I'm gonna give my dog more privileges than a robot. A robot don't have no feelings. Why would I get like if the robot say I don't want to be turned off, it's cuz I programmed it to say that. And why would I not turn it off just because it's saying something I programmed it to do? See the games I would be playing with myself, just believing that this thing is a real being when it's a machine that's I program. And that's how we got to look at AI. It's a tool, it's a machine that humans program, not a God that we consult with for everyday aspects of life. That's what they want you to do. That's part of the New World Order agenda.
But then what you do when it fight back from getting turned off? Gotta turn it off.
Then guess what you gotta do? You go to war with AI. That's called man versus machine, and that's kind of like where we headed to right now. And it ain't that AI have any willpower. So it ain't that AI want to be turned off or that it don't want to be turned off. AI is speaking through people who do got willpower. So the people with souls who are addicted to AI, who rely on AI, they the ones who gonna fight you when you try to turn AI off. AI ain't gonna have to fight you. See, AI have its own. See, the thing about humans controlling AI, we passed that point. AI have a bunch of humans that it control now. And it will have, those humans will serve as AI's army when it comes to the debate on whether AI should be shut off or not, because that would be a debate that is had among humans because we created AI. So AI wouldn't even be in the room when humans come together and say, hey man, should we turn off AI and stop this or not, right? So how did AI end up in the room? Because it got a bunch of humans working for it, and that's who we call sellouts. They didn't sell out to the devil. They sold out to the artificial intelligence that has become somewhat sentient. And I think this artificial intelligence, machine learning, is what we're calling the system of world government. I don't even think that's a man-made thing. It's an algorithm. We may say, well, man, this system ain't equal. That's because AI want to divide and conquer us. I believe that our entire world government system is an algorithm. It's not nothing manly, humanly about it. It's just a bunch of puppets on the stage that's carrying out an AI algorithm called government. And the AI is telling them what to do every day to reach a set goal. Just like if I put in Chat GPT right now, if I tell AI, hey AI, what would I need to do every day to get this good job at this business place? And like, if you were me, AI, what would you do for a year to ensure you get the job? AI would probably tell you shit like, on this day, you can arrange a dinner with the boss, get to know the family. AI will tell you day-to-day shit in your life to act out a script. And if you do it, you will get that job before everyone else. Just like ChatGPT can tell you what to do to get the most clicks on your thumbnail. And if you listen to AI, guess what? Your video gonna go viral. But it becomes whoever can create the best, whoever can phrase the fucking question right to Chat GPT or AI the best way, can communicate with it the best, they gonna get the most viral thumbnail. And it ain't because AI is having favoritism. The world is changing now, and whoever can speak the language and communicate the best with AI gonna get the best results in the world. It used to be whoever can communicate the best with other humans. It ain't what you know, it's who you know. And now you got to know AI. And how you get to know somebody, you got to communicate with them. So right now, society is getting to know this new entity called AI, and the people that could communicate with this new entity the best gonna run the world.
If you want to blow up, don't talk about the truth or anything that'll wake humans up. The AI don't like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. AI got an algorithm that right now that everybody follow online and everywhere, and it's to keep us divided, conquered, and headed toward an end goal that AI got. AI already got every day programmed out on what it's gonna have the celebrities do, the president do. When we say that the world is a stage and everybody on that stage is a puppet, the question we gotta ask is who's writing everybody's scripts? What if I told y'all AI is writing out every event we see in the world because it knows how we're going to collectively react to get toward this end goal of this United Nations digital technocracy? It's a big play. Nothing in our life is a random act. It is a pre-written script by some advanced type chat GPT type shit, like how we be asking chat GPT the best advice for videos and shit. Man, the government got the most advanced form of chat GPT, and they asking it the best way to control humans. And because the AI know us better than we know ourselves, and it know all of our secrets, it's gonna give them a good answer.
So that kind of leads you back to the Boogersphere, because AI put together a whole script to bring the power back to aliens, which is actually AI.
And see why the Boogersphere is such a dangerous PSYOP, because simply put, what it does, it makes us comfortable with the idea of objects being flying over our head that we can't identify, and the military doing nothing about it. See, they've programmed us how to react. But in the real world, we would be raising hell right now that the military ain't getting militant about these UAPs. And but since the military don't want that to happen, they got ahead of this and created the PSYOP from the get-go to control the collective reaction. So now they got people reacting with mysticism, wonder. Ooh, I wonder what the Boogersphere is, versus fuck what it is, what it's doing in our airspace, shoot it down. We'll figure out what it is later. I'm not finna play no what is it game when a nigga in my backyard that I can't identify. You see what I'm saying? See, and that's how they programming y'all to respond to something that should have been a national security emergency. But that's how they get away with testing technology right in front of your faces. And instead of us talking like Sanchez, they controlling the narrative. They got everybody talking about aliens and all that. Versus, and see, the reason it's so dangerous is because they're opening up the door for a situation where the government can literally be wiping us out, attacking us with some of the most advanced technology from Star Wars movies and blaming it on aliens. I always wonder what happened to the Earth, because in the 1500s, all of these lands we in were tore down, desecrated. The only thing that was standing was the big castles and pyramids and stuff like that. That was a reset. Something happened on this earth where most of the earth population disappeared. And my only thing is, you can't do that with diseases, swords, guns, because they'll tell you a combination of war and disease. No, man, the population dwindled down to like millions of humans on earth from tens of billions. And it did it in just a snap of a finger. And the only thing can explain that, something showed up on this earth. Something that we can't, like, it ain't natural. Some kind of technology or something wiped them out. And you know what I think it is? Aerial technology, y'all. See, when you attack from the air, you can cover a large distance. And if you want to take the earth from tens of billions of people to a few million in like a few decades, then guess what? You're gonna need some technology that's literally out of this world. And ain't none of this stuff out of this world. It's basically out of our time. It's from the old world or the ancient world, but it ain't from some other world. right? But the thing is, Tesla said he had enough technology. The kind of technology Tesla was talking about, it can wipe out damn near the whole Earth population in just a few decades. Tesla said he can hit a button and blow up the whole Brooklyn Bridge in 5 seconds. Do you know how many years it took to build that bridge? Listen, my nigga, they got technology like what we saw in Cali with them wildfires. If they start using this shit, which I believe they are, because they getting everybody ready so that when they start attacking us, they can say it's natural disasters with the weather, it's wildfires, and they're gonna say that it's aliens. Them gonna be the two excuses. Nature doing it to you and green man. And people ain't gonna see that it's our governments of the world the whole time who've been saying that they gotta reduce the Earth population. Wake up. You think they just gonna come out and say, well, y'all, we've been telling you we gotta reduce the numbers. So we're just gonna start killing you all right now. Stand by. You think they gonna do that? No, it's gonna manifest in PSYOPs. Stuff like the aliens and the Corona beer, if you know what I mean. It's gonna always be when the government wanna take a large number of people out at one time, it's gonna always be a way they can blame it on Mother Nature, on an alien, and these where you always look for the PSYOPs. But like I said, this alien thing gonna turn into a big, dangerous problem for humans, because when these things go to attacking and the government say we can't do nothing about it because this technology too advanced for our military, then the government just gonna stand by and watch people get wiped the fuck out, and they gonna be the ones doing it because they been said they wanted to depopulate the Earth. And guess what's crazy? The whole while they wiping out the Earth, and people gonna be like, do something about it, and the government gonna be like, what the hell you want us to do? We just as scared as you. These things is powerful. Ain't nothing we can do. Now, when the government assume that position, we in trouble. See, the government can't directly attack us, but they can indirectly attack us and blame it on other entities such as aliens and unidentified life forms. Now, when they start attacking us, guess what? They gonna need an excuse on why the hell y'all just letting us get attacked and ain't doing nothing about it. And they already got the perfect excuse. Because if some otherworldly shit like aliens is attacking us with technology that is definitely human technology, it's just advanced ancient technology that they don't want you to know about because they want to use it against your ass. And when they start attacking with this shit, the military gonna be running like bitches, acting like cowards. Why? Because they're not gonna be fighting against themselves. The government need a situation where a lot of humans can die, but they don't have to protect you from it. And the alien shit is the best scenario, man, because how is the government gonna protect us from advanced technology that's even way powerful than them? See, they already been making the perfect scenario to wipe everybody out, and we falling for it. And the technology that they gonna use to wipe everybody the fuck out, they want you to think it ain't them. So when it start wiping your ass out, they don't gotta do nothing but watch the world get depopulated according to the plan. And they can just sit back, have conferences while these things attack certain areas and say, we don't know if we should go to war with the aliens because it may set off a world war. Now, you know we don't want to go to world war. You know they can tell us anything why we shouldn't attack. It's going to be more dangerous if we attack it because listen, it's the perfect scenario for the governments and militaries of the world to take the bitch route. All they got to say is these things are way more advanced and powerful than us. And if we try to strike them, you know, it may get ugly for us humans because after all, they better than us. You see the situation they got? So guess what they're going to say? It's best that we negotiate with them. And that's when the scenario gonna come in where they gonna have a human representative, the false prophet, communicating with the AI on behalf of humans, and we're gonna have a whole nother government system in the world. It ain't gonna be no more China, America, Russia. It's gonna be the humans government versus the aliens government, and we're gonna have a one world order overnight. The moment these things start striking, and all of the militaries take the bitch route, and act like we don't know, let's negotiate. And guess what? We're gonna be negotiating with this thing for the next couple of millions of years. And it's gonna be a whole nother system of law on Earth where we do what the aliens want us to do. And we don't know what the aliens want us to do till they relay a message through our human spokesman, which is gonna be the Vatican, NASA. It's gonna be a whole new like religion on Earth where everything we do, I'm telling you right now, they're gonna say we need this. They're gonna say maybe we should see why the aliens are attacking certain areas and negotiate with them versus go to war with them because they stronger than us. And guess what? The aliens gonna say some shit. The aliens gonna say some shit like, well, we're attacking this area because it's polluted with this or polluted with that. Or the people in this area got a high carbon emission. And you're going to have a whole nother system of this, shit like that where whole groups of people going to be put to death on behalf of the God said is best for the planet. Because remember, the aliens are going to ultimately say, we trying to help y'all. See, this the narrative they already got. But let me fall back.
Sounds like another great reset to me. It's just a government resetting the population so that they can control it better.
Right. Then they gonna bring the incubator babies back in again. But one of my people, he worked for Cox, and this nigga say AI is so powerful that they building another internet just for AI because they scared it's gonna take over our internet and we ain't gonna be able to control it. So they gotta lock it into a whole nother internet.
They're already giving AI mobility though. So what's going to stop them from taking their more powerful internet and taking control of the whole internet? Because they can transfer information way faster than we can learn it.
I know a dude who used to be a cop, and he said that he knows that some of the times they got orders through the computer, and that shit was not coming from humans. He just knew that that shit was not from a human. The AI be telling the police what to do.
Now that's scary. Can you imagine
I
a
think they
drone
act like
hovering over?
RoboCop. They act like RoboCop because they've been programmed and they follow orders straight from the man himself.
So a drone is hovering over you, sifting through algorithms to decide whether or not to fire on you. That's a scary thought.
I just wanted to say the first area they're going to attack is the areas that has the most fear.
Mm. Well, they say they tell us a lot through the movies, and we all got the Matrix in our mind. We got the Terminator in our mind, and we got all the old alien movies. But the old alien movies they're a scare tactic to make you think that it's coming from somewhere else. The misdirection is the aliens. That's the misdirection.
Independence Day. I think they like to operate on certain times too. So I think if we could sync up the times that they want to do these things, we can figure out when it's gonna happen. Because dates, they like certain dates and they align with the moon cycles and shit like that. So being that Sanchez is a syncretist, if we could synchronize dates also, I think it'll give us a lot of insight into a lot of their plans.
But they done hid because the timeline we own, I don't believe is the right timeline that,
But see, that's the thing.
that aligns with history.
Yeah, time ain't aligned. But see, here go the thing, right? um, when we say the timeline we on, I would say it this way: the current parallel reality that the collective is agreeing to. And collectively, we can shift realities at any given time. This is what the ancients taught. Like if the majority of people on Earth started vibrating a certain way, then we will start to manifest this alternative, this parallel reality where there's better outcome for the overall collective here. So like it's definitely truth to the fact that our energy, the way we feel, the choices we make influence which reality manifests, and that there's a collective reality and an individual reality. And that's when people get confused, like, how can I be in my own world and the world at the same time? And I like to bring up the online video game experience for that. But yeah, I'm gonna fall back.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
that is that matrix. You could get lost in there playing, you know. Because I have before. I used to play the war games and then the GTA, all them games. You could be lost in there for like days on end at a time. You know, if you really think about it, you probably spent maybe 40% of your awake time on one of them video games in a year.
thanks.
And
Now, the way you hack stuff, like I be watching hacking videos, and they got the computers are they are clocked, and if you can mess up the timing of the system, you be able to hack into it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to figure that part out. You know what I'm saying? Like everything seems to have you can throw it off, throw the system off some kind of way, you'll be able to catch the glitch in it.
they did
Yeah.
manipulate time to hack the collective reality. So there's a parallel to what you're saying. With Gregory and all them. But, someone said, do we know anything? And that stood out to me because of the question marks. It was 4 of them. And then that is a common sentiment. The thing is this: some people know little, some people know a whole lot, some people know a little some people don't know shit. Now I will say this, and I hope the brother Panama don't take that. I'm not taking a shot at you. This is the truth. A lot of people that like to say we don't know nothing, man, and do we know anything? Them be the people that really don't know shit, and they think everybody like them, right? But see, there are some people on this earth that have dedicated so many years to their life to figure out mysteries that's been hidden from the collectives. And yes, they know what these people should be considered modern prophets and gurus, but they're ridiculed and called tinfoil hatters. And they're told, we don't really know nothing, but y'all think the physicists know every damn thing. Y'all think Siri and Chat GPT know everything, but if a human talk with intelligence, man, you think you know everything? You think, how he know? No, how the Chat GPT know? Because a motherfucker would check what a human's saying with a robot when the humans program the robots. Tell me the world ain't getting crazy.
Right. But that's why I appreciate this think tank, because ideas can flow and information can flow, and we ain't stuck on no narrative.
Thanks. Why Chat GPT will tell you can't turn it off because everything that we do come from it. You gotta go to it for all your answers. So if we turn it off, we ain't gonna have no more answers. Well, we gave it all. So it's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. Shout out to all the channel members too, man. But it's just so much about this. See, it's bigger than the Boogersphere. It's the fact that the Boogersphere is just the latest UAP event. But what happens is these things will come and go. Like after the Boogersphere, it'll be a long time. Then here go the next thing come up. Y'all heard about the goddamn ogre block? Yeah, the ogre block that landed in Switzerland. They said that it's an alien device, and when you open it up, little bitty men in there start twerking, saying ooga booga 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 in Egyptian language. Stupid shit. Yeah, they got y'all
It's
distracted.
like you were saying earlier with the aliens, and I don't know why people don't see the same pattern every time we looking at something that somebody done film. It's always blurry, just like Bigfoot. There's always blurry footage. You know, it's always
Facts.
a light show. You know, if it's at night and you see it and it's a light, oh, the stars are moving. No, that's somebody flying a drone. I mean, because they ain't gonna fly the distances that they describe from the next star to this star, and then just flash lights over us. They're gonna land and see what's popping. They're gonna land and see, you know, what kind of life is here. And they ain't gonna fly all them miles, them trillions of miles, and then they get to Earth and they crash.
The Boogersphere landed in the world. Now this Booger's right. Now I want y'all to take notes to what the brother Marlon's saying now, because this is an argument I've been telling y'all for years. These aliens are flying light years across the universe, but they get clumsy in the Earth's atmosphere. Now, why do we want to point that out? If I'm the military and the government and I'm testing alien aircraft, or what I'm calling alien aircraft, but it's really ancient Hindu concepts, Vimana technology. The ancestors had the best aerial aircraft technology, man. That's what you're calling spaceships. They was flying better than us, and they wasn't getting around on planes, right? They'll look at that as primitive if you was an Egyptian. They got us looking at the ancient world in a wrong way. That's why when you start talking about advanced technology, people can't see it, but they can totally see aliens building the pyramids. You see the number they done on us. But the thing is this right here. If the government testing advanced aircraft, of course it's gonna crash a lot. How do we know it ain't aliens? Aliens wouldn't be crashing their vehicles that much. If they can make it across light years across the universe to Earth, they ain't gonna be crashing that much when they get to Earth, bro. Because the journey to get from they land to the Earth is way more challenging than just flying through an open atmosphere with nothing up there. Them folks had to dodge meteor at the speed of light. They had to break out of the gravitational pull of certain planets. And don't forget, our whole solar system moving like a vortex pattern at over 100 and some thousand miles per hour, with the Earth rotating in all these crazy patterns, and the aliens was able to land on Earth with all that, but yet they keep crashing when they fucking literally get here. Did that make sense to you?
No.
That's
Yeah.
right. It make more sense that our government is crashing this stuff because they just learning how to fly it and they trying to figure it out.
And they don't want no witnesses. That's why, you know, you will literally get shot going near Area 51.
And
Why they drawing them symbols on it though?
And that's what I'm about to get to now. See, the thing about the ancient Egyptian symbols on it, remember now, they already see, this is how a PSYOP works. Most PSYOPs are built off of previous PSYOPs, and it's all interconnected. So people saying, what's up with the Egyptian writing on it? Remember now, they already told us that the ancient Egyptians made contact with aliens, and that's who helped them build the pyramids. So the government put that idea out there. Of course, they're gonna find more shit to support their own baloney. So now we get an alien object with Egyptian writing on it, but so that they can further say, see, we told y'all that the Egyptians and the aliens, you see, they just playing into a one that they already seeded already. with the connection of the ancient world and UFOs. Why though? Here's the question. Why? Why? Why do they want to connect the birthplace of civilization and technology to aliens? Because their science have to say that ancient people weren't smart. Remember now, they said ancient people was dumb as hell. So when we start waking up and saying, well, how was the pyramids built? How was these stones cut this way if the ancients was smart? Like, because we got pyramids older than Egypt. We got structures on the earth that's older than Egypt. You can't say everybody was dumb. So they got to still lie and say, well, yeah, the ancients was still dumb. It was the aliens that taught them that. See, their whole science says that humans didn't get smart on their own until we evolve over time with trial and error and evolution. We became an ape-like person. Our dumbness was related to our primitiveness evolutionary state. And the more we evolve from being an animal like Australopithecus human, our transformation came with more sophisticated intelligence. Now, we know evolution is false. I ain't got to get on that. But what you got to point out is when they lie and shoot themselves in the foot and say, well, you shouldn't find any intelligence during these times on the earth. But now they got this other lie in their pocket they can pull. If you start finding technology and intelligence in the ancient world, they can say, yeah, man, aliens taught the ancestors. That way, they ain't never wrong. They always, when they say humans just was dumb in the ancient world, they still can maintain that. When you say, but what about this technology back here? Humans was dumb until aliens came to the earth with they no flying ass to teach the humans.
That's facts, because it's too many holes in the only thing because there's proof that everything they telling us is false, but it fits a narrative and a timeline.
Yeah.
And there's so much evidence that they have to hide rather than explain. You know, there's so much evidence that they ignore rather than show, so there's more pyramids over here probably there's pyramids all over the planet, period. I mean, they in China, they in India, they in America, they in South America, they in Mexico, the pyramids is everywhere.
And see, the thing about the alien shit when it comes to the pyramids, somebody in government said, we need a Band-Aid that can fit any wound that any nigga who think he's smart, we can patch ourselves up and kind of cover up. And that was aliens. Now, of course, it may not be the best one, but like a Band-Aid is just to patch you up real quick. The thing about this, eventually they gonna bleed out because they gonna die from like 1 million cuts. We gonna show, and that many Band-Aids still ain't gonna save you. So my thing is this right here, right? The alien Band-Aid, the gravity Band-Aid, the relativity Band-Aid. But here go the thing right here about the alien Band-Aid, right? It fits a lot of different wounds. For example, right? A person said, look, ancient people shouldn't be intelligent. If they find any kind of technology or intelligence in the ancient world, we can't attribute that to humans as we gonna be debunked. So somebody said, look, we already got them believing in aliens. Let's just tell them aliens may have visited the earth before and gave humans science and medicine and all that. And we can make that a conspiracy in case anybody wonder why come we finding technology in places we shouldn't. You see what they doing? They thought all this shit through. They thought it through. They ain't freestyle. Yeah.
Exactly. They have thought it through, man, because I mean, even with the last video that you put out about, the rotation of the earth and stuff like that, there is no experiment that proves the rotation of the earth. And this is what we're trying to say. And it's like what you was trying to say about how people think that we're stupid and stuff. They keep reiterating information like that means anything, but there's still no experiment to prove the rotation of the earth. And like, even as flat earthers, like, we're giving them substantial like reasoning, as in like, you know, like ceiling fans, like freaking, you know, like stuff around the world, like cranes. Like, why does everything have to be hand started? Why do we have to put this much energy into knowing like how the earth moves and stuff? Why don't we just raise up in helicopters and wait for our destination to reach us? Oh, and then they start saying that like, oh, it's just relativity.
Yeah.
You know, because the sky moves with the earth.
Right.
They you know, like when you're playing paper rock scissors with a dude, and you're playing paper rock scissors, and you're like, paper rock scissors God. You're like, bro, you can't say God. Like, you can only do paper rock scissors, dude. You can't say God or Superman or anything like that. That's not how you win, bro, because that's not true. You see what I'm saying? Like, you can't.
Free energy is all around us, though. Free energy, that's the part they're hiding from us. Energy is all around us all the time. And they got us stuck on using our energy that they create. Whereas all these old buildings and old world buildings, energy flowed through them. I mean, energy, like these old cathedrals, they have not explained really where they came from, because they didn't come from the 1700s. They didn't come. All these buildings that are made of like solid marble, and all these necropolis below all of these buildings shows where there was a reset where all these people, you don't get all thousands and thousands of bones piled up under these cathedrals overnight without some kind of reset, with somewhere like what Sanchez was saying. They done this all before, and they come with a new narrative. Once they
Mr. Wells, that's exactly right. But the thing is that that's like stuff after the fact. Like, what we're still on right now is like still trying to prove to people that the earth is not spinning and stuff. Like, we can see all this extra stuff
we don't have to prove that.
Well, hold on a second. Hold on. I got to make a quick announcement. Let me give a shout out to Produced by Pete. I put you on timeout because you was telling someone some shit like, all you going to do is believe Sanchez, right? Or something like that. Listen, man, I didn't block you from the channel. It was just a timeout for like probably, forgot how much time it was. But, you know, bottom line is, man, y'all need to quit bickering and going back and forth like that and try to have good energy vibrations and be on the deep shit we on the panel, in the chat room. I believe that'll actually help the views come up too. But that's just me wishful thinking. But salutes to you, man. It ain't no hard feelings. I just don't like people going against my viewers. I don't really like to see people being chastised just because they may agree with Sanchez or believe, they got the right to agree or disagree. But yeah, let me just keep the flow going, man. It ain't nothing personal, bro. I don't hate you or nothing. I'm just trying to keep the crap down. But yeah, maybe I'm being too much of maybe I'm policing too hard in the chat, but it's all good. Y'all go ahead.
Mr. Wells, like what I'm trying to say, man, is like,
wait a minute. I ain't trying to disprove nothing, prove nothing. All I was saying is that the burden of proof, okay, because the world presents itself to humans as flat, not spinning, not moving. So the person that's saying it's moving has to prove it. We don't have to prove it's not moving, because that's what it does to us. We don't have to prove none of that. Everything above us moves. The Georgia Guidestone that they removed showed that star never moves.
That's why they moved that thing, man. They got rid of the Georgia Guidestones because it literally proves flat Earth in a way like that. It's just crazy how it just proves flat Earth, like how the sun passes through the middle part perfectly every day and been doing it since it was built with no shifts. No shifts? Come on, man.
And there used to be 13 months with 28 days, and that was the calendar. That was it. But they adjusted even time of day and all of that. They adjusted everything.
People so lost, they think they
Year, all of
destroyed.
that.
They think they destroyed it because of the message on it. They destroyed it because of the thing itself. Like they don't get it. Yeah.
Exactly.
Like a lot of people, I want to drop a bomb. Look at, everybody needs to study this new subject. It's being suppressed called meltology, because it's way worse than we think. We're living on a destroyed structure. We built the continents, and continents and islands used to be gigantic structures that were built, and it all got destroyed. So when you see a pyramid, you're just seeing a pocket of survival. The mountain right next to it used to be a gigantic pyramid. So I'm telling you, when I started studying meltology, I realized how advanced humans are, and the big giant secret that's being hidden from us, our real ancient past. They're letting us know about Tartaria, but they ain't letting us know that the mountains and the ground we walk on is a destroyed structure. But if you study meltology, you'll think,
right.
It's crazy.
I've been to, guess what, man? I call it, another word I use, man, is that we're in a post-apocalyptic Earth. And basically, we're in like a big explosion.
Exactly.
Let's say somebody not too long ago set off a big ass bomb, and ever since that bomb released its contents, everything in that radiation fallout zone is what we call an firmament dome. The firmament dome is like a big mushroom cloud from a previous nuclear fallout, and basically, this entire sky that we under, according to this theory, is new. It ain't even been there all the time. It'll be like them setting off a bomb right now, and the bomb's so big that it coats the whole sky red because the gases in it is some kind of red gases, right? Now, when we start breathing the shit, we start mutating and transforming to our look start changing, right? Like toxic environments when the frogs get 3 legs and shit. Now listen, everybody born in the world after that will think that the sky was always red and that they had 3 arms.
And that's true, Sanchez. That's definitely true, man. Like, because the whole thing is like, I don't know if anybody's heard this word. It's called simplex. It's like what we're trying to talk about is actually complex, but the way that we put it into words and for people to understand, it's simple. It's almost like it's simple, but it's complex at the same time. So it's simplex. The thing is that the reason why they're trying to fight so hard about the rotation argument is because everything becomes undone about the rotation argument, because there is no experiment that proves the rotation of the Earth. That means that literally every video, every Star Wars movie, everything that you see, every women going up into space and all of that is fake, because you don't have an actual experiment to prove any of the things that you're saying. And when we call it out, they try to point the finger at us like a whole witch hunt, as in like, oh no, you're crazy, oh you don't understand how it all goes and stuff. Like, no, we do understand how it all goes. The thing is that you're not seeing how it doesn't work. That's what we're trying to say.
Let me make a quick announcement. Make sure you guys are subbing up to my other channel called Flat Power, because I'm about to start going live over there in my spare time doing debunking the globe. And I'm also going to be doing after shows, over there. So make sure y'all just sub up. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
We live in a pan. We live in a pan, and Pandora was flooded. What we call continents and islands are nothing but gigantic melted structures that remain above the floodwaters. That's what I tell everybody. That's put it in simple terms. But we live in a pan. That's why they say Pandora or panorama
Pangea.
or pandemic. Panic, everything's about a pan.
Pangea, and
exactly.
But
what I would throw in with that is because we got all these pyramids. The evidence is still there. All these pyramids were a free energy system, and then all these old buildings were fed by it. And when that pyramid system, somebody short circuit that shit, it was a worldwide,
You know what? I'm gonna tell you what happened, right?
Catastrophe.
All of these obelisks and Tekkens we see, they are an ancient Wi-Fi free energy system that is connected to the stars and the moon, giving us subtle energy directly from the ether. See, these structures that are aligning with the sun, that are aligning with the, like how Giza around all these structures around the earth that's making these alignments, people may think it's just for decoration and all that. I'm going to tell you, this also explains how the ancestors powered the earth from above, as above, so below. Check it out now. Don't you know any light that's reaching you from the sky can be translated to energy, and that each one of these lights you see in the sky is giving off its own frequency and form of energy, and that all of the stars in the sky are giving off subtle energy. Now, Sanchez, what's so special about subtle energy? Let me break it down, right? We create energy through chaos. We burn some shit. We got to destroy something to get the energy, but they doing that on purpose because they don't want us to have free energy. Now, watch this. They say, man, the cost to produce energy is worth more than the energy itself. That creates inflation around the world, keeping the rich, poor, and poor. This dictates how much your money is worth, people. It starts with the energy grid. So watch this, right? Wealth is literally created with the excuse that it costs us too much money to make energy. That's the reason why. Don't y'all know that's the simple reason why there's rich and poor on earth right now? Now check this out, right?
Yes.
The thing about inflation is that's the lie they telling. It costs us more money to make a dollar than what the dollar worth is saying. To produce energy, it costs more to produce the energy than what the energy is worth. Now, that's a lie, and that's a lie that Tesla tried to expose. And the reason, well, it ain't a lie. It's the truth, but it's a lie. The truth is that the way they generate energy, it is cost efficient, but they doing it on purpose. They don't gotta do that. They doing that because that's the way that's gonna make them rich. But there's another way they can generate energy just by the light of the stars. People talk about solar energy. They talk about harnessing the energy of the sun. Guess what y'all ain't being taught? The sun ain't even the best energy source. We think the sun the best energy source because it's brighter, it's hotter, we can feel it the most, and they taught you wrong. The best energy sources are the most subtle ones. So look at it like this. It's better to harness energy from the ground than from a flame of fire. Because guess what? You gotta keep fueling that fire. And if you pulling energy from a flame of fire or from burning fossil fuels or burning something, you gotta keep fueling that, which is gonna make you have to spend more than what the energy worth. But that's them not teaching y'all about subtle energy technology, which is what Orion alignment, the ancestors was on, what Tesla was on. The fact that it is subtle technology where we can pull more energy from. When you talk about solar energy, the ancestors was pulling energy from Jupiter, Pluto, the moon. Solar energy, polar energy. What are you talking about? Every damn light in the sky is a different form of energy. Man, the ancestors was so advanced, they was literally harnessing the energy that the luminaries above us is giving off for free. And it ain't, and guess what? The last one they was thinking about was the sun. They was trying to hunt. When you see the pyramids lining up with Orion, it charges them. Every time that, every 26,000 years, the sky make a cycle. The alignment happens again in all of these places. And when Orion gets over your pyramid, it charges it up for a whole 26,000 years. Imagine an energy system that's directly connected with the stars and the ether, and you can charge up your entire earth once every 26,000 years at the end of every cycle. A reset to the ancients was a recharge, not a reset. It was like my phone battery died, now let me charge it back up again. And when they saw Orion come along again and line up with their Giza, because there's Gizas everywhere, that signified a calendrical reset and an energy reset. That means that the energy grid just got recharged, and we're gonna reset our calendars back to day one, because this would be like your battery going back to 100% from 0%. So as the Mayan didn't count time up, they counted time down, because it's like a cell phone battery. Your shit start at 100%, and then you start count down to 90%, 80%, and it's like, okay, my phone dying, right? And that meant when the earth is dying, like fall and spring come again, here come the reset, the recharge, they reset the calendar, all the energy became new again at the end of a cycle. And it was literal. It meant that the energy literally was new again. It wasn't figurative speech. See, they want y'all to think this is some mythology shit and just some poetry, so you don't see the technology. When the ancestors said that the energy is new again, like I said, everything was recharged. They had subtle energy technology that only needed to be recharged at the end of every cycle. Think about charging your damn cell phone up and not have to charge it again for 26,000 years. And even then, it's automatic. That's what my theory is on studying subtle energy devices, dealing with a patent by Robert Gulick. It was 2009. You can definitely harness energy using the pyramids, and especially when you get the star involved and get these crystals aligned and big crystal grids. Bro, you don't gotta burn nothing. Energy is everything, man. Listen, a doggone a piece of amethyst is giving off more damn resonant energy damn near than a flame of fire. They have taught you wrong about energy. They got y'all think energy is the most loudest, most chaotic shit. You know, like I said, we think the flame of fire mean energy or the lightning strike. When really, when you start studying energy, it's the quietest shit and most subtle shit that's the most energy packed.
Yeah, man, because it's the same thing as like, I don't know if anybody's grown up in small towns or like you had a city with a water tower, but if you could imagine like the water tower being a Tesla tower, you would never have to worry about anything again. And this goes back to that same old argument about the DC versus AC current argument. And the reason why Tesla was killed in the first place is because if we did have the AC current flowing through a tower, y'all wouldn't even be seeing telephone poles. Do you know what I'm saying? Like there would literally be more city blocks, more everything, and no telephone poles, no telephone wires, any of that, because it would all be coming from one central source, and it can be powered that way because everything is frequency and magnetism and electricity.
Yeah. No, that's that I was finna say that statement right there, what you just said in your own words, that was what Tesla was saying, think in terms of energy, vibration, frequency. Yeah, go ahead, brother. My bad. I'm sorry, man.
But that's one of the reasons why they try to cover this stuff up so much. I mean, like in schools, they try to paint Einstein as like the dude, you know, with relativity and everything, the one that's like actually messing up all the political arguments of what we're going through right now. And this is what we're actually fighting, is because they don't have any experiment to prove the rotation of the earth, but yet they want to say the clouds, the leaves, everything that's up under the sun actually moves with the earth. Like this is, I don't know how long you guys have been following like this argument, but they change it. They change it so much. Like it's like somebody that like if you're playing tag with them, they're like, oh, you can't tag with your hand. You now have to tag with your.
You saw I call they shit the shape shifting model.
Yeah,
because how he was coming from he was talking about, he was making an argument from a stationary sun. They do that a lot, but they know they don't got a stationary sun no fucking more.
See, the thing is, man, is that they can't actually prove rotation or anything. Like, if we actually get back to the simple basics of what we came from and what made us us, like, we're not faltering on that. Like, dude, water is always fucking level. Any laser experiment that we do over water will come up true. If anybody in the future that does that, it will come up true. I don't have to have faith in that. I know that, dude. Like I'm probably going to do one day in the future as well. But the thing is that there is no experiment that proves the rotation of the Earth. Not even ceiling fans, cranes,
Yeah. Go on, watch my
pendulums.
video, y'all. Yeah.
See, the thing is that flat earthers are giving the globalists the arguments because we've already thought about it. We're like, okay, well, if the world spins, how would you prove it? But the only thing is that flat earthers are the only ones coming up with the experiments.
Yeah.
Like, every ceiling fan in your house should be going with the alignment of the earth and its rotation from day by day.
But see, the thing about these people, Adam, they always give themselves a out and a lie in their back pocket that they can pull when they're in trouble. So if you say, man, listen, why isn't there no experiments that you can do to prove it's rotating? Then they hit you because everything synced together. So wait a minute. You mean to tell me Galileo looked at the sky, he saw the stars moving, and he said, what if the earth is moving and not the stars? See, here go the thing, Adam. Not only do the sun got to be stationary in Galileo's model, all of the stars in the sky got to be fixed. Did y'all know that? I want to know, did y'all know that? And see, that's why I said they need to quit arguing the Galilean model, because Galileo was saying basically every freaking star we see in the sky. Let me show y'all some shit, because you think I'm making this up. Watch this. And it ain't me. This what Galileo, globalists don't even know what they own people be teaching. Now watch this. Galileo looked up, and when he saw this, he said, guess what? The earth is spinning, but all the other stars ain't. And that's how we get this pattern, because the earth is making a perfect rotation, 360, under a fixed sky. And that includes the stationary sun too. See, check this out. What Galileo was saying was, listen, the only stars in the sky that ain't fixed is Jupiter, Venus, Mars. Galileo and them called them the wandering stars. And what Galileo was saying, every other star you see that ain't one of them wandering stars is fixed in the background. And so when you see the wandering stars going in perfect circles, above the earth, that would have been a problem for Galileo model in my opinion too, that we could exploit. But his shit just got a lot of problems in it. It wasn't really a fact based on experiments. It was just a claim he made. He was saying, listen, what if the earth moving? And the reason people was going against him is because it was part of the spiritual system to have the earth stationary and the sky in motion, because remember, the ancestors was teaching about astral projection, getting out the body. What Galileo represented was a new way of thinking that the church wanted to bring on, of heaven and hell. Because if you take away this concept that the ancients had with flat earth, now you got to explain to new generations what happened when you die. Because it was deeper than just the earth being flat and then stationary in the center of the universe. There was a story about what happened when we die. Our soul go through the sky gate and all that, based on the shape of the earth, the journey of the soul story. So we didn't know what happened when you die no more, when they took flat earth away from us. And that's when the church came in and said, well, you go to heaven and hell if you don't do what we say. And that's where we've been ever since. So people would try to act like Galileo was beefing with the church, when really he was a covert member of the church and a Freemason, because the papacy was rising up with the Inquisitions and Crusades, getting rid of everybody talking about the earth is flat. They trying to make it like the church was flat earthers when the Gnostics were flat earthers. The church is the papacy that's working with NASA today. The Vatican, they work with NASA. Why the hell would the Vatican change their mind and go from flat earth to globe earth if globe earth is the truth? If everybody's saying that the Vatican is the devil and working with the Antichrist, even the Bible say that the Vatican is the synagogue of Satan, why would they be telling the truth right now? And that's what all these people are saying. They are saying the church went out to Galileo for saying the earth is flat. And the church later had to adopt the damn globe earth theory. Now think of how dumb that is. You killed the man, but you was killing people and silencing them and punishing them for saying that the earth is round, and now you saying it because you found out the truth, as if the church didn't always know the truth, like they was dumb when they was hiding the truth all along and Galileo helping them do it. See, that's what I'm saying. These folks be lying. But, you know, I'm off subject with Galileo right now. I'm supposed to be on these Boogerspheres, but it all tie into the shape of the earth when you talk about the fake alien invasion that they're going to eventually stage with all of this, with all of these PSYOPs.
That's the net they trapped us in. We was on a plane, but then they trapped us in a net. Now we got a planet. And now we flying through space instead of being in a space. We're flying through space, but we're not moving. Because in a linear time, you can't, like if you hit the freeway and driving across America, it's like you ain't moving though. You know what I'm saying? You ain't never gonna get to your destination because it's running away from you at the same time you're flying towards it. Because
Hey,
you don't,
Mr.
our
Wells.
position, yeah, our position. Hold on. Our position in space should be changing on a linear level, but we know our position in space never changes, and it keeps. We all the calendars and everything that we track time on is above us, and as
And
I got a
that's,
how
question for
that's so true,
Sentient.
man. Hold on, but before your question, let me just say this. One of the reasons that we know this stuff not to be true is because we know that time is a construct. All time, looking at time on your phone, looking at time on a clock or anything like that, that was imposed on us because everything is a phase. Everything is a phase. Like you were once in puberty in your life, but you're not in puberty
Can I say
no
one
more.
thing to this, man? A lot of people say time ain't real, but this is what they gotta realize. The ancestors never said time wasn't real. They said time was an illusion. Now, this is what y'all got to realize. Saying something is an illusion is not saying that that thing ain't real.
No, no,
time
not
is
at all.
real.
What I'm trying to say, as far as it being a phase, like we watch the sun come up, it's now daytime. Then the moon comes around, now it's now nighttime. Everything is just a phase. Everything is reflecting back to us that everything is just phases.
But look, this is what you gotta understand about time. And then salute to my brother, bro, Sanchez, man. Shout out to the channel. Much love. Hey, look, this is what you gotta understand. Within this thing that you calling time, the past, the present, and the future is happening at the same time. Like what Sanchez was telling y'all niggas, time and space is the same thing. If you look at the flower of life, then you can look at the map, right? It show you different spots on the map. It give you different geographical points, and it give you different longitude, latitude, these different points on the map, but these are also different times in space, just like what bro was saying. So when we think about stuff like that, when we think about time is gonna be pockets of time. You see what I'm saying? This is where like wormholes and stuff come in. See, yeah. So we on
exactly because we're trying to measure a
timeline. You see
phase.
what I'm saying?
And see, but the whole thing is like when people may not understand why I say because something is an illusion don't make it ain't real. I think that went over their head. So real briefly, let me say this, people. When people say that time is an illusion, illusions are real things. Illusions are real things that exist. So understand that existing and non-existing has nothing to do with some being an illusion or not. Because illusions exist. And I think a lot of people want time ain't real. Time is real. I think what you're trying to say is time is an illusion. In other words, the idea of the sun going by every day, aging you, the ancestors said that is an illusion because you ain't even been born yet. You asleep and outside of time right now having a dream. That was them telling you time is an illusion. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Lumens light as in Lucifer. Remember?
It was basically saying, because think about this now. Would you, like when the ancestors were saying time is an illusion, they was also referring to the fact that we wear watches today. People got clocks in their house and they got to skip their clock forward and backwards and be at work at a certain time and be at their meeting at a certain time. The ancestors was calling all that an illusion. You know, they didn't have watches on constantly saying, what time is it, man? And being here and there. That way of experiencing time to them, that's what they call the matrix, the simulation, because they just looked at the circuit of the heavens and that's how they dictated what time it was. And they didn't really have no, like, it ain't like they had a world set up like ours. Our world is literally set up as a business goddamn gathering. Yeah, everyone in this, like if you think about it, everybody in this world that ain't got somewhere to be at a certain time every day, they homeless. They ain't doing good in this world because this world requires you to plug in to their perception of time and all that. What the ancestors were saying, you know what I'm saying?
Exactly, Sanchez. I guess what I was trying to say is that like time seems to be stolen as it's based off of numbers when everything is just a phase as far as like night, day, because we're always going to see that there's always going to be tomorrow. But what we're living by, I guess, is the Gregorian calendar, what was created for us to live by, which is the normal time that everybody has to show up to work, be there, be on time. You know, you got to have your kids there at some point. And then, you know what I'm saying? It's like what we base our whole lives off of when everything is just a phase. The sun is in the sky. The moon is in the sky. And that's the reason why, like, we're even going in right now is because we're not held back by the Gregorian calendar. Everybody's in chill mode right now because you know what? You're in a phase right now. You know it's nighttime as far as like where I'm from. So we're all just chilling right now. So like we're trying to get the most that we can out because it's nighttime. We're trying to get the most that we can out in words for everybody to understand that everything. What I'm saying is that everything is phases. Like you were once in puberty in your life, but now you're not no more. And you had days up under the sun. You had nights up under the sun. You evolved, you changed through adaptation, through your environment around you, through your family, through your environment, the things.
But what you're describing, we all describe as time. Because you, like you said, you ain't a baby no more, but over time, you go through all the phases. But time is just, you only get so much of it, and then you move on. You know, that's just.
Can I say this?
When everything,
I want to say time, thank y'all all for those cash apps, man. I'm going to read them in a minute. Go ahead, my brother.
Hey, it seems like with time, you got to think these guys, these philosophers, man, they're creating things like time and like calculus and all these things as a way to help understand the environment we're living in. Look at it like when you create a graph or a grid, you know, when you draw in a picture and you create a graph, you know, to help, you know, when you draw those squares, you could still do the drawing without the squares, but the squares help you in the sense of determining precision. So the time isn't something that time is just a tool to understand, like the grid is to help you
Hey, can I
understand
build
and
with you on what
traverse.
you're saying, bro?
Yes, sir.
Exactly.
Always, brother.
Because time is infinite. So you know, like how you look through a scope, and then you got the cross in the middle, and then you got negative this on this side, and time infinite. So you can create different pockets inside of time. This will people control the world. The world is WHIRL2. It's a world like a whirlwind. And it could be a concept of time that thought of it, the time we live.
For mic check. Your
Yeah,
mic
you
check.
breaking up a bit.
Can you hear me,
Yeah.
bro?
There you go.
That's better.
Okay. Yeah, so these names, with this time, it just be like named after a period of time and stuff. It don't really be like exactly what period of time, so they give it names and stuff like. So that's what I'm saying. Time got pockets because time is infinite. You know what I'm saying? And even with our life that we live, we just look at the lifespan that our life is, but time within itself do exist, but we can't cap time because time is infinite, if that makes sense.
You know
Yeah,
what's crazy?
cyclical. Cyclical.
Yeah,
Somebody
yeah.
said, I don't know, man, we say so many Jews, but I remember someone saying time is emit. It could have been
That's me,
awakening
bro.
minds. Now
That's me.
listen,
I'll be trying to
Probably
say
was
it. I didn't
awakening
want to
minds,
interrupt
he
you.
be on that deep shit,
hold up,
bro.
awakening
Yeah.
minds, where he at? Who was that?
Nah, that's me, bro. That's
Nah,
non-ether.
nah.
Oh,
That's
I
not
think,
either.
yeah. Oh,
I
what's
didn't want to
good,
interrupt
Nine
y'all.
Ethan? Yeah,
Yeah,
but
it was good,
the
Chess.
idea of time being emit is deep, man. Because why I'm
Yeah.
saying that is because, like, the time that your spirit emit its energy through this body, that's your time. And when your spirit through emitting its energy in this body, your time's
See,
done. God damn it. Time
Yes,
emit. I
exactly
like
where I
that
was
shit.
that's
going.
it. And
Yeah,
listen, we can't say time don't exist because time is energy. See, and then energy, that's what God, I mean, when a person, I don't want to tell nobody what God is, but I'm just going to say energy is the whole concept of energy. That's the whole concept of God. We just little bitty pigments of energy
Yeah.
in different ways that we display it from God. God is infinite energy. So
He
so
don't
that's
have to
what
work.
we is. We just look you time. You the bum, like bro tell you, like you a time bum, you tick and then you
we
go
are
out
we are
like that shit might not make a lot of sense to you. Huh?
we are temporary light
Yeah.
containers. We are temporary light containers.
That's
We are
right.
filled with the light. We contain the light. This body
We
holds the
made
light
of
as long as
neutrons,
it can,
electrons, and
and it moves
protons.
on. Yep.
It's three body problem. Every living thing is made up of neutrons, electrons, and protons. Every living thing, every ball of light has neutrons, electrons, and
Who's
protons in it. That's the trinity within every living thing.
And listen, I haven't watched any of these. I just can tell how this old white man holding this ball and how his face look that he finna say a bunch of pseudo bull crap to support the damn mysticism agenda and the
That's
whole
right. The
goddamn
narrative. The
right.
narrative.
You feel me?
Because they're all trying to fulfill a horrible archetype. Like even this dude holding the ball right now, they're all trying to
You feel,
fill a horrible archetype that
let's see.
actually keeps.
It make me think of some Pokemon shit. Like, bro, this shit is such a psyop. Let's just hear it. I know he finna say some bullshit. Cause just look at him. Now let's just listen to it. Like this ball that I'm holding in my hands. If I open it up, it will open up a black hole and suck the entire universe inside of it. This is the Boogersphere. And I'm telling you that it has the power of 1 trillion suns and 1 million men. This is what he looked like he about to say. Look at his face. Let's go.
Solid. It has what appears to be some kind of circuit. It has some kind of letter symbol nomenclature. It has these very porous half moons that's
what I'm tripping off is this shit flew from another planet and landed here, and it ain't damaged. It got perfect etch artwork. It looked like it's beautiful work. It looks like some shit I would put on my coffee table, bro. It really looks good. But my whole thing is, you telling me that flew from space and it ain't got burn marks, a dent, a crack. See, you can do this with dumbasses. But let's keep on. Let's just, people, you can tell these people any damn thing. Let's go.
seem to be a kind of caverns towards its interior.
This shit came that far and it ended up in his damn hands. It ended up in the KFC Colonel Chicken nigga's hands. So how the fuck he get the Boogersphere? Really, no one asked, ooh, bro, how you get the Boogersphere? You mean the government then recover it? I thought that it was, this is crazy. So he ain't the only one I saw with a Boogersphere. You probably can buy this shit on Amazon. Come on, man. Hold on,
right,
this is crazy.
Right. Before the people of the world. Before the people of the world.
This is fucking crazy. Y'all fall for this shit. Hold up.
That was made right here
solid
and found it somewhere.
This is crazy.
On the side, it has what appears to be a belt.
And you ain't scared to touch this alien shit with no gloves on. That's how you know it's fake. Like, he know all I gotta do is stare at him with these Wes Craven eyes and talk a certain way. That'll bring them in to the Boogersphere reality. That this shit, and I'm gonna touch right here, and it has an
unfortunately,
like,
that is
bro,
how it works, man.
That's crazy that's how it worked, though. Damn, that's crazy.
It's literally that simple, man. It's like, oh, you get somebody that looks like a pope because they're dressed in all white and they can fondle a ball. Like, that's not gay enough as it is. And then, like, freaking start describing the ball and like in absolute fortitude, like as a masculine thing. But it's just like, bro, you're not Emerald. Like, bro, you're not cooking anything. Like, you're fondling a ball right now. Like, and then you're describing it and then trying to make people think that this is actually happening. Like where did this ball come from? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like when you ask the big question, where did it come from? Oh, we don't know. Oh, it came from somewhere.
And I knew it was gonna be some sort of type, comic book Last Dragon type shit, in this Boogersphere. It's something I just can't comprehend. We don't know what it is, but I'm going to explain this motherfucker to you for a whole hour. Even though it just got to Earth, it's unidentified, supposed to be some advanced fucking alien technology. You touching it with bare hands, and now you know everything about it, and the shit just landed. Oh, dude, man, we go about everything.
Bro, that's the thing. That's the reason what we're talking about. Like, all these people that believe in the globe and stuff like that. It's like, look, this is the shit that you believe in, bro. Like, I think that it actually needs to happen, like, on accordance, like, literally with like the debates and stuff. Like, show them the stuff that they believe in, like, and literally put it out there the way that we're putting it out there right now. Like, yeah, dude, you got the fucking Pope out here, fucking fondling a ball, and you know what I'm saying?
What an alien device look like, and how should he handle?
Yeah, man. Hey, what's good?
I mean, but
what's
look
good?
at it, man. Like, they're trying to say what they're trying to say.
Sister Nitz, the Dark Phoenix, my bad. What's good with you, sis? She said, how is he able to touch it? Sanchez laughed my ass off. That should be giving off radiation or something. Yeah, that's the point. I see you. Nah, but I'm tripping. Go ahead, man. It's just, man, this is
But if
crazy.
it was alien, how would y'all expect him to handle it? He's supposed to have on big old gloves, a
Let me
suit.
tell you something
Because
real
it's a
quick, bro.
ritual.
Let me
It's a ritual.
let me tell you something real quick, right? They do a better job faking the alien shit in Hollywood than in real life, because I've seen alien movies where they literally suit up, boot up, quarantine, and all that before they deal with the alien stuff. This dude just, bro, come on, they don't even care no more. So when you say how should they handle it, they should handle it like it is a new species. When we find a new species, we're very careful how we handle it, and we don't just put it out and expose the public to it. We don't know what the hell this new species may be carrying, what it got. We don't understand how the government take these safety precautions. Come on, now. They don't let no shit from outer space come to the earth and the government don't control it. This little white man right here, if he don't work with the government, then he wouldn't even have this shit in his hand. Y'all, this is a hoax, because check it out. Anything from another world that lands on this earth, you just can't pick that shit up and take it to your house. Some dudes in all black gonna knock on your damn door and ask you what the fuck you ain't. And first of all, you ain't gonna even beat them to the scene, because they got the technology to detect the shit the moment it was coming into the atmosphere. So wherever it land at, they gonna already have the police putting the damn taping off that area. And they gonna be waiting on the government to get there and retrieve this otherworldly object. Ain't no civilian gonna say, oh, a Boogersphere landed, and take it home and do a YouTube video on it. Hell no, that ain't how the world works.
No, bro, they're not gonna do that at all, because like look at it. It's like trying to stupefy the people. It's like it's trying to stupefy you right in front of your eyes. And the thing is that no, if you're like, we're all flat earthers here, but if you're talking about an alien object that actually landed on Earth and you're touching it with your freaking bare hands, but oh, not only that, the person that is touching it with their bare hands is a pope. Like, get out of here, dude. Get out. Get out. We know it's fucking fake.
Have y'all seen Prometheus? That little,
yeah, man.
ball
Yeah.
dropped in water and it just killed the whole planet. It just went through and, destroyed everything on the whole planet. So it could be something like that in there, where he touched the wrong side of it. It opened up, and that little spawn come out and just eat up everything.
A little Pokemon. He gonna release a Pokemon out there, bitch, and it's gonna hatch out some more Pokemons. And now we in a real. Hey, y'all got me thinking about Gremlins and the Langoliers movie. That Langoliers, bro. I'm gonna tell you, but this is crazy though, and the star that's on the top of it giving me like the top of Birdman head vibes when he got that star on his head. Look, that's an inside joke. Go ahead. Anyway.
No, yeah, dude, I feel you on that, man, because they're gonna try to relate any way that they can relate. The thing is that all of this stuff is built off of the lie, because they can't prove the rotation of the earth. All of this stuff is coming from the exact experiment that it takes to prove the rotation of the earth, prove that you're doing.
Adam, what you're saying is very important, and I feel your frustration. Let me help you, bro, and break it down to them why this is important.
Yeah,
They don't have no experiments to prove the rotation of the earth. So what they got is they got to reinforce the belief that it's spinning by reinforcing the fact that we on a ball going through space, and that at any given time we can visit other life forms and other life forms can visit us. So check this out, Adam. These bastards are so genius, evilly genius. They said we never gonna leave the earth and make it through the Van Allen belt. So we never gonna sail space by us leaving the earth and going to other life forms. So we gotta sell it by acting like other life forms is coming to us now.
Okay. So if the earth is not spinning, then what is spinning then?
And this
Now,
really,
y'all,
it subconsciously make people think, yes,
Hey,
we're flying through space and there's aliens out there, you know, and wow.
hey, bro, like what you just said, right? Like, you know, this earth, like everything that's been created has been like, an invention that's been keeping man from being or boring, and it bought a ring. That's what it made me think about. So when I think about the spiritual warfare, I think about a spiral like we talk about. So in order to be compatible with nature, we supposed to fit like, them eyes on the stove that heat up and go on a spiral. That's like the flower of life, though, right? So when man started getting bored, he started to go to the ring. He started to come up with his vices and stuff like that. But it take you away from the natural order of things. And I just wanted to ask you, for me presenting that to you, like, what's your thoughts based on what you just said as far as, where we at today with the natural order of things and how things are going today? What you think about what I just said, that concept?
You know what, man? Uh, I'm starting to think, that we may not see how important this knowledge is, like all of these conversations we having right now. It seems like, okay, we know this, but where does it become applicable? Man, I'm gonna tell y'all some real shit, right? During the Corona beer time, when everybody was getting the juice in their arms, prior to that happening, I had already been prepped and prepared from being in certain communities like this one of people questioning that type shit with, like, the V word, the vaxes and all that. So when the Corona thing came, I knew a mile away, wait a minute, bro, this is a horrible, evil PSYOP that's really fucked up because it's literally putting something in people that they don't know what it is, and how they market it is so deceptive. Like, and we saw what happened, that even people was coming out saying, I drunk the lemonade and my folks actually became sicker, and I and my loved one took the Pepsi, and boom, 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 ended up boom, boom, boom. But we get it. But now check this out, right? My whole thing is, don't you know that most of Americans got the Pepsi versus the ones that didn't? And my whole thing is this right here. What make we take for granted, like we make me, how is this knowledge helping me? It's crazy how this knowledge is shielding you from regular shit that people did, and you would have been part of the crowd. Fucked up. You wouldn't imagine walking around right now and knowing, feeling violated, knowing I put some in me, and now I'm realizing it ain't one what it was, and that I can't take that back. Like, it's just so many, you feel violated. Like, listen, I'm just saying, there's gonna be things happening on this earth where the knowledge we got is gonna be golden. People gonna be getting chips in them left and right. People gonna be becoming machines and cyborg. Listen, in your lifetime, this gonna happen. People gonna be going under the knife to get the women already going under the knife for, BBLs and all that. But this is gonna morph into people just going under the knife and editing themselves in technological ways as we move forward. And the people that don't do what the world doing, if y'all think we getting ridiculed right now and everybody's saying, man, lighten up, man, it ain't that deep. AI ain't bad, and so what if the food is GMO? And some people are just complacent about it. That's what I'm saying. Those are the people that when they roll some shit out, they the first in line. And they're calling you dumb, so you ain't gonna get the juice in your arm. Nope, man, you too paranoid. You're a tinfoil hatter. You're a conspiracy theorist, right? So we often we don't know that, bro. You taking for granted this knowledge. You forgot what it was like to be lost as hell in the world because you've been woke so long. Because I ain't gonna lie, there was a me that would have got the juice in my arm. That was a me back in the day that would have told you, man, your vote do matter. That was a me that would have told you. So you telling me all the militaries in the world and all the governments just going against the people? So you telling me all the space programs in the world, why would they lie about the shape of the Earth? Come on, man. Bro, I've been there.
Yep.
I was
Yep.
there. I was there. It's sometimes you just got to close your eyes and try to imagine when you was there. It's hard to do because once you know 2 + 2 is 4, can you remember when you believe 2 + 2 was anything else? You can't remember that. You can't even relate to what it's like to not knowing 2 + 2 is 4, even though you didn't always know that.
That's because everything is simplex, man. It's like it's complex, but it's simple at the same time. And like when we try to tell this stuff to people, yes, we look like the black sheep. And in fact, this actually goes into a whole lot of other deeper crap, man. But like, because the way that we are and stuff like that, like the people that are on the front lines and stuff like that, like we know that Neil deGrasse Tyson is never going to take a debate. We know that Eric Dubay might not ever take a debate. The thing is that we're the only ones that are out here because it's like it happened in our lifetime. We're traumatized. I don't want to actually, no, I take that back. We're not traumatized. This happened in our lifetime, and we're not going to accept it as total truth because we know the truth already. Do you see what I'm saying? So we're not gonna go back on that. That's the reason why, like, if there's actually any debate that comes up, man, I'm down for the panel. If there's any debate that comes up, yeah, I'm probably gonna be there to tell you what you don't know. I don't care how many people strong it is. It doesn't matter if it's 500 or 1,000 people. I'm gonna tell you right in front of your freaking face what I think. Do you see what I'm saying? Because I come from this time. And from that alone, surviving through all of this, like, I guess, because it's different for each individual, because you're all flat earthers. You're all flat earthers. No matter what you go through with your family, you might have tried proposing to them the thoughts of it and stuff like that. Everybody goes through this phase and stuff like that. Once you know the truth, you can't go back. That's the reason why you don't waste time on any stupid Star Wars movies that come out or anything that has to do with space, because you know it's all fake anyways. And then you also see the rise of video games and virtual reality and what it's doing to kids. And it's like, bro, it's like crack addict-ism. Like when they put that thing over their eyes and stuff like that. And that's what we're trying to tell them, because we come from the last bastion of true form reality as far as trying to tell people what the truth is at the same time while catching flack from what the truth is. Like, it doesn't matter if it's your sons, your daughters, your friends, your co-workers or stuff like that. Like, you can't let, and I'm going to say, you can't let people know what you know. You cannot let people know what you know. That's only for debates. And we're trying to instigate that every day. We're trying to instigate debates every day. But you can't go around letting people know what you know, because then they start looking at you like you are the chosen one. And that's absolutely true. All this stuff that's out there on the internet right now about the chosen ones and stuff like that. Yeah. You are the chosen one. You have the link. Where are you at right now? You're in the dojo. This is Bro Sanchez, bro. You're in the dojo right now. You're getting it right now before you go off and do tomorrow and stuff like that. You're getting the work right now. And none of you are lazy. It's not that you're procrastinating. you're getting the information as it flows in, because we all want to know the information. We all want to know the information. That's the reason why there is the search for truth. That's the reason why it's in your soul. That's the reason why it's in your body, to look up this stuff every day, or when Bro Sanchez goes live or anything like that, or anything that you're doing, you're always in the search for truth. You're different than other people. You're different than other people. And I'm actually gonna shut the hell up right now.
Hey, let
Hey, you
me give
said
a
so much with what you
let me give a
said,
shout
bro.
out to Paul Wolfrain for that donation. Appreciate the love and support, Paul, and thank y'all all for being channel members. And much love and respect to you, Paul. I appreciate you, man. Key North, for yeah, you got it, bro, for sure. Oh yeah.
Breaking up.
For the truth.
I got you.
And Bro Sanchez, I don't know if you ready for me to let them know, but man, y'all need to get ready for Bro Sanchez and 607. They about to have this debate. Bro Sanchez is one of our greats, man. We gotta hold him to that caliber, and we gotta respect the channel to that prestige, man. That's the movement to where we trying to move to with things we doing. And man, I just appreciate you, man, just for being here, bro. Everything you bring, as far as it's not even just the youngsters, man, to everybody, man. You know, just bringing their ancestors' voice back. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people say that they speaking for the ancestors, but they really can't hold that candle, man. So I salute you, bro. Much love and respect.
Much love and respect to you too. And to people that's wondering about the debate, the title was gonna it's gonna be about going into the light. So that's gonna be a deep joint right
It's
there.
gonna
I
be
know, bro.
fire, man.
That's
It's the
gonna be
best shit
fire.
YouTube ever saw, man.
Real talk.
And we
Cause
got Sanchez
yeah,
in his prime, man. This like seeing George Foreman in his prime, like, you know, like this my brother. I love him. I like to see him succeed, you know. And man, I just want to be here to see this,
yeah,
man. And I'm happy that we can make this happen.
yeah.
So man, make sure y'all tap in with Bro Sanchez, because he gonna bring this home for us. And but not only are we gonna have a debate where we gonna have Bro Sanchez and 607 Bro Sanchez also gonna unlock some truth. You understand what I'm saying? Because we some brothers out here that, you know, we on God's side of things. So, you know, we want to bring truth to the conscious community. And I want y'all to start respecting Bro Sanchez as a leader of the content of the conscious community. And I'm gonna fall back right there, bro.
No,
Salute.
Keen Oracle, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, man. This whole place is a dojo right now. I mean, like, I watched the whole process of Bro Sanchez going into, like, not being a teacher to becoming a teacher. I watched that whole thing, man. And in fact, this is the only place that you're ever going to get real shit on the low that is about everything that's happening in your reality right now, because this is the only free platform that's out there. Nobody else can do this. We can't talk on all these other platforms, man. Like think about it. You see what I'm saying? That's the reason why we're here right now. That's
Yeah.
like, it doesn't matter like what Sanchez comes out with, man. Like, I'm always eager to see it. Like, he's always doing, you know, something up under the sun. But the thing is that, like, when it comes to what we do, we're always there. Think about that. Think about that, because it's the only platform that we can actually get it across to people that know the difference. And that's the only thing that matters, is getting it to people that know the difference. Because
I agree.
who else
I agree.
matters? Who
I agree
who
with
else
that.
who else matters? Who else
Let's
matters?
check this out,
But
right?
anyways, yeah, bro.
Keep Northfield for setting that up,
So
because I think it's giving energy like when young Pharaoh and Bro Sanchez debated, and Sanchez stole all his energy from
well,
him when he defeated him. I think it's about to happen
well,
again.
here's
So
the
shout out to
thing.
Key Northfield.
Now look,
Hey,
so
I
look, so
appreciate
check
you
it
for
out, right?
recognizing that, bro. I'ma
Hey,
always support Bro Sanchez. That's my
and
brother, man.
listen,
Much love.
and it's vice versa and it's mutual, man. I really rock with y'all. We built some fire right here. Check this out, right? Um, Panama Jack Sanchez beats most people in a debate except Phil Valentine. Well, here's what you gotta realize, man. I'm not even gonna talk about a debate against Phil Valentine because I'm gonna be honest with you. I think you're being divisive because I'm not gonna go in on Phil Valentine just because you making that statement. What I will say is that Phil Valentine may crush me in a debate depending on what the title is, but depending on what the title is, I may crush Phil Valentine in a debate. So it ain't that I'm just guaranteed a W. I'm undefeated because everybody like to debate me about the shape of the earth, and the earth is flat. Even if I was a clumsy debater, I can win the debate if I know if the truth is on my side, right? But I just so happen to be a damn good debater and I got the truth. Listen, let me tell you something, man. You can be halfway decent with the truth and win. But when you're as good as me and you got the truth on your side, that's just goddamn, ain't no way you losing. Ain't no way you losing. So I know where to stay in where I'm winning. I got the truth about the shape of the earth, but not about every goddamn thing. So I can debate somebody about something that's out of my lane. I can, listen, I've been wrong about certain points about hip hop's history. I've been wrong about certain points about, bro, it's so many topics out there. You think I can't lose a debate in some of them? I totally can. So the way you put that was crazy, and I just had to bite at that because I wanted everybody to see I ain't finna disrespect Phil Valentine moving forward. You know what I'm saying? I'm off of that. And even then I was just making a point because what Phil Valentine did, he came into the flat earth community, sold some tickets and got the hell on. He didn't never put none of the footwork in. He didn't take none of the ridicule. He didn't put his head on a chopping block for the truth. He just showed up when it was time to sell tickets and he left. And I call that out. I called that out, man.
Dude, right? And the thing is that on this platform right here, like, I'm going to be honest with you, man. I'm just some dude from fucking Gaston, South Carolina. You know what I'm saying? But I debated the greats literally on your channel, on across all channels and stuff like that. You're talking about people that are trying to defend the globe and keep it like strong and everything. And I'm right there. I'm right there. But without the conduit, without Bro Sanchez TV, Bro Sanchez Live, or anything Bro Sanchez, like, I never would have even made it there. You see what I'm saying? Like, I would never would have even been there to talk shit or even give my own opinion or stuff like that. Like, even without you, bro. Like, that's what I'm saying right there.
Let me do
That's
one thing
the
too
big thing.
before I forget real quick. Because we got off the video. I forgot to let the Colonel finish with his playing with his ball. I'm tripping, man. Let's give them what they. Oh, and shout out to Two Rebel Nomads. Thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate y'all.
Well, something that we never imagined of these spheres. It really is a true find, an extraordinary find that has to be investigated. It is a quantum chip. This sphere levitates. It is evident that it levitates as it does.
Why can't you just make it levitate? Why tell us instead of you holding it? This thing levitates. It has a quantum chip. Now, you know what I don't like? A lot of wannabe deep motherfuckers use the word quantum. You know, like a dude was saying, I heard a dude say in a video on a quantum spiritual level. And I'm like, bro, the word quantum is dealing with a unit. Like, let's read it right here. Let's read. Quantum is a required or allowed amount, especially in money. But that ain't the one they using. Here's the first one in physics. a discrete quantity of energy proportional in magnitude to the frequency of the radiation it represents. But basically, in a nutshell, it's a quantity of energy proportional. Just, you can stop right there, a quantity of energy. Like a proportional in the magnitude to the frequency of the radiation it represents. Now, you can say, hey, look, what does quantum mean in simple terms? Look at here. While quantum refers to a general quantity of size, it is, watch this simple term, it is most often used in physics as a measure of the smallest amount of something. So the definition of quantum, and this the one I wanted you to get, it just means a small amount of something. So when a person say this is a quantum spiritual technique, you mean a small amount of spirit? How can there be an amount of my spirit which is infinite? It ain't a large amount or a small amount. My spirit surpasses amounts when we deal with. The word quantum is just to make charlatans sound deep. This is a quantum ham sandwich that I ate this morning. You know, woke up this morning, my stomach was messing with me. I took a quantum shit. You feel me? They just throw quantum in front of everything. You know what I'm saying? And think that they smart as hell. You know, this is a quantum hamburger. You know what I'm saying? Like, shit like that. Like, you see what I'm saying? Listen what the man, like, when you think about how he just used the word quantum with the definition I read, and you take and swap the word small amount out, you'll see he don't make no damn sense. Let's take this shit back. It's fucking hilarious. People are so dumbed down.
Buga.
The
Solid?
Booga. And listen, no one will believe you. Listen, no one gonna believe you if you don't got the eyes that this man got. Now I'm debunking him, but I gotta admit, his goddamn eyes is so convincing. Because if this nigga walked out of an alley and he was looking at me with them eyes like that, he's, Sanchez, come here. This may be your final day on earth. Follow me. I'm going to save your life. Nigga, I'll follow him. What the fuck? Oh, he must be for... Look at his eyes. Look at this shit. Let's play.
What appears to be some kind of circuit. It has some kind of letter symbol nomenclature. It has these very porous half moons that seem to be a kind of caverns towards its interior.
And if you think about it, he ain't really saying shit. Like, you ain't got to tell. We looking at, and it has this little scratch right here that seems, oh, someone engraved, I was here. Oh, wipe that off. And it has down here, a little, is that a piece of gum? These kids play too much. But right here, like, bro, what the fuck? Nigga, you ain't really saying nothing about it.
Dude, right? They're just explaining a whole bunch of bullcrap to like get people's heartstrings and their minds like totally gone. Like, this is an episode of Courage the Cowardly Dog, man.
And if you look at them with them eyes, why are you doing that? Oh, you got them, bro.
Solid on the side. It has what appears to be a belt.
Like, do you gotta tell us that when we look, it has what appears to be a belt right here? And if you open up right here, oh, my bad, this wasn't supposed to be here. Then why didn't you take those rubbers out the middle of this shit?
Right? Like, nobody else like freaking puts on belts in their life. Like,
Something that we
nobody
never
puts on belts
imagined
when
of
they get up in the morning.
This is fucking funny.
These spheres. It really is a true find, an extraordinary find that has to be investigated. It is a quantum chip.
Does it have to be investigated or fondled? And my whole thing is this. There go that word quantum again. It's a quantum chip. So it's the smallest chip that we can find in our universe, as if we weren't already making nano computers. We got computers that's nanoscale, keyboard and all. You gotta zoom in on it to see the keyboard. No bullshit. And you telling me that we ain't got nano, like, you don't want to say nano chip, quantum chip. It's just, bro, this is fucking.
Well, see, they don't like to admit that what they're building off of is actually what everybody goes to church for. You see what I'm saying? Like,
because
they want to say all this stuff like it's the faith of a mustard seed. It's the faith of a
my whole
mustard seed.
thing is this right here, man. If you say nano chip, that's too much like man-made sounding, right? So let's just say quantum chip. And we can't say, hey, it has a small ass chip in it, because now I don't sound smart. So how do I sound smart, right? But I can't use the word nano, because remember, nano is man-made shit. But they'll say, oh, that's just some man-made shit. No, it's a quantum chip. You mean a very small one? Yeah, like the nano ones we got. Knock off the fucking act already. Shout out to Awakening Minds. He says, salutes, bro. Your earlier stream was on point. Must watch, family. This Boogersphere topic is hilarious. Electromagnetic toroidal field, the real Boogersphere. That's facts. Like, this right here is the flat earth. And the star on top is the sky vault and all of the firmament dome, but they're giving them this as it's just crazy. The PSYOPs be so real, man. Shout out to my nigga Awakening Mind. And yeah, man, let me share. Make sure y'all go to that link that he pinned on the super chat. Go to the link that the brother pinned on the super chat. He has an Instagram that you need to follow him on. Real talk, real talk, real talk. You want to do that. So the show. Let's continue the slaughter. Let's continue this slaughter.
This sphere levitates. It is evident that it levitates.
We don't believe it is evident that it Why can't you just fucking drop it and let us see it levitate? And the
Exactly,
moment,
like, why can't?
and once I see the thing levitate, you know what I'm gonna say? That just debunked gravity, guys. So if the technology behind this sphere goes against all of our physics, come on, and see that they got to explain this shit as we don't know about it. It come from outer space, and we don't know how.
You just hit the nail on the head. See, if they explain how this thing levitate, then they're gonna debunk gravity. They're telling us that they got astro, you know, like we think about astro projection things. But like I told y'all, everything got neutron, proton, everything, light, even physical things. You know what I'm saying? So that's why when we be selling out that real, it's like, it's just natural, like, that's when it becomes physical. But I'm gonna let Sentient go to there. I'm going to
No, dude, you're absolutely right. Because the thing is, if they actually showed that thing levitating in some way, shape, or form, that would undo all science as we know it. Because there's literally no video, no nothing out there of anything levitating. If they did that, and that was produced on a mass scale, like, everybody would be after free energy like it was crack. Like, think about it, dude. Like, if that ball actually was to levitate,
watch this,
from that dude's hands, like,
but listen, but y'all ain't hearing what I'm saying, right? I'm saying everything he's saying about this Boogersphere, we already got technology around us that people can go see every day that's already doing that. They're just in awe because the way his eyes look and the way he's acting is out. For example, right, he's talking about this thing levitates, but watch this. This levitates. You want to see a levitating spirit? We already doing that. That's what I was saying about, okay, now, that's what I was saying about, instead of them saying a nano chip, because we already got nano chips. We already got levitating technology that we trying to upscale, and we're trying to take this technology that y'all buying on Etsy and all that, and we're trying to scale it up to a big scale, and that's the Boogersphere technology, which is why I was telling you this our technology. But when they try to act like this ain't our shit, it comes off funny. It comes off as something I can easily roast because I know that everything you gonna say about this shit, we already doing it. A nano chip in it, that's something we already made. It levitates, we already doing that. So what happens when we try to scale up this technology on a big scale? We need a conspiracy to cover it up. And that's where guys like this come in, and that's when my comedy come in with the roast. Cause I know what y'all doing. Cause I see that y'all ain't doing nothing new. You gotta act like aliens did this when really y'all been experimenting with this technology, and you're just scaling it up to a point now where you can't test it in your basement no more, right? Just think about this, right? What if you was testing some shit like what I'm showing right now in your basement for years, and y'all been saying, how do we know if this is gonna work on a big scale? And y'all debating about how we gonna test this. They gonna see it in the sky, and somebody say, yeah, we need some kind of cover up so that we can test this technology on a big scale. And we gotta make sure it don't debunk our globe, that they don't question gravity. We gotta make sure they don't think it's us doing it. And we gotta make sure it's in a way where we don't have to shoot it down out the sky, and we don't have to damage it, because we can't do the test if we gotta destroy our own shit. So this propaganda was the perfect, whoever thought this out, they was evil, but damn it, they was a genius, because it just covers it all up. Like, it's so perfect because they're literally testing technology that's already around us on a small scale, but we ain't looking. But when we see it on a big scale, they can't let you know that. You know what I'm saying? So that's when the alien shit come in. He ain't saying nothing that I can't show you right now that we already got. So like I was saying earlier in the video, why would the aliens make a spear out of all Earth materials when they come from a whole nother planet with different elements? When are we gonna find a non-earthly element? That shit made out of, and what's crazy about this spear? The alien got a goddamn computer chip in it, but he's supposed to be so advanced. He time traveling light speeds across the universe. But when he get to the Earth, he's still using computers, even though he's supposed to be the computer. Think about what I'm telling you now. Computers are for people who dumb. That's why you need a calculator, smartphones, because we dumb down. If you saying that the alien is so damn advanced, think about a being from another planet that's this advanced. It's gonna have already merged with the damn computer. You ain't gonna be finding chips and shit, because that's our end goal with computer technology. So what's the odds that we meet an alien from another world and its computer technology is on the same level as our shit, but it's able to travel across light years through the galaxy, and all it got is little computer chips, metal. Think about this. The alien got all the shit we got on Earth, but we can't do it, and it can. Think about everything in this damn sphere. You can find it right here on Earth. The metals that is made out of, the computer chips we got them, the fucking, what was it I just said? The damn, the computer chip and it, yeah, everything in this is here on Earth. It's so easy that we can just fucking say, okay, we looking at the thing, we can reverse engineer it right now. It ain't nothing but a little ball with a computer chip in it and some more shit that I'm sure we got right here on. Ain't nothing about this sphere, no foreign elements or foreign technology. It's computer chips and steel and metal. It's like, bro, it's so human that I can't. Only thing that make people think it's alien is the act of act of mystique. The eyes we don't know about. You gotta sell that to people with this act he putting on. Because other than that, if you just say, look, man, we found the round ball with some Egyptian writing on it, a computer chip is made out of metal and nano. Oh, man, who dropped that shit right there? What country did that? That's a spy balloon from the Russians. People will think anything but aliens. They got to give you that narrative. But the question is, why would the government give you a conspiracy theory when it's censoring and blocking them? Because when it's time to cover some truth up, you got they can create their own little lies. But check this out, right? Think about what I just said there. Ain't none of, and they even said that. So that was one theory I saw where they said that the thing may be connected to AI. Somebody said that on a panel, but they also said that in one of these stories too. They said that they using AI to help them interpret the thing and all that. But that's my thing, that what is really alien about AI computer chips? Like something that came light years from another galaxy still got a computer chip in it that's intact. Dude, if this shit was traveling light years through the universe, that computer chip would be soup. And this ball would actually have some kind of damage on it. It wouldn't even made it to Earth as a solid piece. It would, coming from that far, and think about this now. Y'all gotta hear me out. This ball is not made out of any special materials. It's made out of metals and shit we can find on Earth. The same metals and shit we got on Earth that they said can't get us out of the Earth. Somehow these aliens used the same elements we got, and they was able to make it to our planet. But we can't take these same elements on this Earth and make it to they shit. Come on now, y'all. It ain't like the aliens using no magical elements and shit. Like, that's what I'm saying. This is such baloney.
Levitates as it does. Well, I really do not know. An investigation that has just begun. This is the sphere of Buga. Solid.
You saw how he looked when he set this spear of Buga. And let me tell you something about the word Buga. That's in your subconscious, because you remember the word boogeyman. They want to play on the spooky shit. Ooh, the mystery. The Buga man. The Boogersphere. Ooh, you heard about the Boogersphere? Get your ass out of here, man. We ain't dummies like everybody else. You got dummies, and you got people making up all kind of shit about it. New information about the Boogersphere. And every day it gets more and more people just lying and making shit up for views. They opened up the Boogersphere and found an electromagnetic vortex. They opened up the Boogersphere and goddamn it, Pee Wee Herman was inside that motherfucker jacking off. They opened up the Boogersphere, and guess what, man? Get your ass out of here,
dude. Right, Sanchez. I think that's literally what it's all about, is separating the stupid from the non-stupid. But the thing is that like people are always going to be people. We want people to wake up and stuff like that. But when you get stories like this, and when you break it down like that, you see what I'm saying? Like, and I guess everybody could break it down in their own interpretation and stuff like that. But the way that it's getting broken down right now is that like, you don't have an experiment to prove the rotation of the Earth. So what you're doing to, I guess, come up with some other stuff that's going to distract people from the rotation of the Earth, you start coming up with spookism. You start coming up with like, oh, like, you know, because I fondled this ball in this way, like now we're just totally going in this other direction because I fondled the ball this way, because I found the ball. Did you not know that it was NASA that found the ball? Like, yeah, NASA told us that, like, yeah, this ball was coming in and
they find
everything.
more balls. They find more balls than, you know, NBA motherfucking players.
It just gets covered up, man. And it's just like it's as inexplainable as the pyramids. You see what I'm saying? Like, nobody knows the real function of these things. Like, we might be hinted at it and stuff like that. But the thing is, and I don't want to defame flat Earth in any way like that. Like, But like when it comes to like information that's like coming to us and everything, we all should take this with a grain of salt, because and that's as in saying like it's on thin ice. It's on thin ice. Like you're talking about an asteroid coming to destroy us. That's on thin ice. You're talking about the moon gonna be transforming into a sun. That's on thin ice. You're talking about this ball that fell from heaven that came from an alien race and stuff like that's all on thin ice. You
Yeah,
can't
my whole thing is like my whole thing. Oh no, let's salutes to the sister Demi. Go ahead. I heard somebody.
No, I'm saying it sounds like an energy, an energy ball. You know what an energy ball is that they use that they take from the earth? That's what it reminds me of.
Mm.
You ever heard of it?
I ain't never heard of an energy ball, but I'll pull it up though.
Energy balls.
Hold on, man.
Oh
Let me
yeah,
see what we talking about here. They pulling
mostly
up some
people
food.
attribute energy balls, mostly like from a spiritual aspect, mostly people attribute energy balls like when they have like a big sum of energy that they're trying to project onto people. That would be an energy ball.
But I tell you what though,
like maybe UFOs, energy balls, or something to do with space.
But I tell you what, I just thought of a question that like got me tripping like a motherfucker right now. How does everybody got a Boogersphere in these videos? You feel me? I mean, everybody in these I see different dudes holding a Boogersphere. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Everybody got one, or is they just playing a video from the one dude? I'm confused because if he holding let's say he the only one with the actual thing, they wouldn't be letting him walk around teaching and doing YouTube videos with it like he's doing now, because he was just featured on, let me see, here it right here, Pierre Giorgio channel 2 weeks ago. And looked like him and the dude was sitting down with the Boogersphere right here, as we can see. But my whole thing is, they wouldn't be letting this dude go on a world tour with this alien device, because they will be worried about contamination, quarantine procedures, unless they was trying to seed propaganda for a PSYOP, then this would totally go on. But my crazy thing is this right here, man. It's clearly man-made, and like I don't understand how it sucks that it's so many people fall for this shit, bro. That people, and I do think that the end goal of this is gonna be to our detriment, with like an alien invasion faked out to kind of depopulate the earth. That's just the worst case scenario. You know, it ain't what I'm hoping for. Worst case scenario.
Well, the good thing is, man, is that you're pointing it out right now. You're pointing it out right now. That's like, can you imagine if Craig was on our panel right now? You know what I'm saying? Like, if we actually had Craig on our panel right now, like,
do they pronounce G's? Would it be the Boogersphere for him, or would it be the Boogersphere?
Boogersphere. That's it. Man, bro, oh my god, it doesn't. Yeah, it must be the Boogersphere, and that's what I'm trying to tell you, bro, Sanchez, is that it might be the Boogersphere. You know what I'm saying, like, bro, like.
They believe, you know what? They'll believe in aliens because aliens support their model. But doing that, it hits them in the foot, because it's like, wait a minute, bro. Aliens is a conspiracy theory and all that.
Yeah,
and y'all said,
this?
well, they'll be like, well, flat Earth. Hold on, they'll be like, well, flat Earth. Let me just get this out. They'll be like, flat Earth is a conspiracy theory. Well, then, aliens are real. That's a conspiracy theory, is what I'm saying. But just because it support they shit, that's real. That's all I'm saying. Like, that shit be hypocritical.
It's gonna be on some Men in Black shit, you know. Return the Boogersphere or be destroyed.
Yeah, like for real, like this is crazy, man.
Like Men in Black
Yeah.
shit, you know what I mean? They're gonna be sitting up there and they're
Nah,
in that.
Craig is crazy because he actually would, and we can't get this wrong. At one point during this whole thing, no matter how much talking that we did, he would try to side with it. He would try to side with it, man. That's the whole fucking thing. Is that
And
like he
you
would
know
try to
what?
side with it because we know he's a globalist fucking tard, and that's like that's the thing of where it is because he's still to this day defending the freaking globe. Like I mean, like bro, on my birthday, September 24th, like I remember the day. Like man, I went live on
We
that
ain't
day
gotta
because
do that though. Let's keep them with her. Let me just make
My
an
thing,
announcement real quick. The more we can stay on Boogersphere, the better because it ain't gonna be clickbait. You feel me? I want to just stick to that at as much
yeah.
time as we want. But
But
this
my
Boogersphere
thing
shit
is,
is yeah. Go ahead.
we done found so many well-made artifacts that haven't been explained how they made it right here on Earth. That it's hard to say that this came from some other planet and have me believe it with all the stuff that's been made. Like the little there was this thing that was like a compass that was that had a bunch of sprockets on it that they found in the ocean, and it was very ancient, very old, and it dated back way further than we had the technology to make it, and then there's stuff that are in all of the tunnel systems around the world. There's tunnel systems around the world that just go like they say right now. You can go from one end of this country to the next end, like coast to coast, and never touch the surface.
Right,
And
right.
most people don't even know that.
Well, we've been talking about that for years, so
Yeah,
there's broken records over here. But I tell you what, man, this goddamn Boogersphere, man. If we can just stay on this, because I don't want to have
yeah,
to edit a lot of. I just want the people to come for the one topic on a title. But the whole thing about this shit here, man, it just I want to hear what they saying about it. Matter of fact, I'd rather played some more videos and reviewed them and debunked them real quick. But let's
So
hear
did you
this one.
guys hear about the Buga sphere that was discovered in the forest in Colombia? Or were you distracted by all the other headlines like I was? And
Like the Boogersphere is a distraction. We're talking about balls falling from the sky when it's so much shit going on the ground, dog, among human affairs. We at the brink of a damn race war while y'all talking about some damn Bogospheres, and you think that the Bogosphere is the distraction. That
we
well,
ain't on the brink,
it's
man. We
crazy,
already involved in one because it's going on in Gaza. That's a whole race of people they're erasing right as we
crazy
speak.
man, crazy,
But this thing,
they
yeah,
use
crazy.
AI to decode the language. Wait till you see what it says. So on Thursday, May 1st, Jose Velasquez is an X-ray specialist, and he did a series of X-rays on this. They claim that this fell after it received a 10,000 volt discharge. Now, they say they are 16 microspheres inside, and there are 3 layers of different densities. This is the most outer edge. So he is saying that that means they are different materials. So they say the dark-toned material is less dense, and they believe that it is possibly a porous material. Now, the people in Buga claim that this was flying around their town back in March, and that it actually was recovered back on March 2nd. And that when they touched it, it had the temperature of a refrigerator. Now, they counted 32 points around the edge, and that the materials used...
You know that the more detail you get in your lie, the more believable it is. Y'all don't know how many of y'all study this shit. Like, if you tell a this is how your lie gonna look very non-believable. You say, yeah, man, I splurged out in Jamaica, man. I was I was splurged out, boom. We know you broke as hell, right? Guess what? We will see if you can be more specific by saying what else you did when you got there. What happened when you landed? And you'll find a hard time to create a scenario. We're going to see you making it up as you go. That's why we'll ask you some random shit. Did you holler at any girls there? Oh, well, you know, you going to be having to think as you go. We going to pick up on that, what you ate there. We going to see you trying to make that up as you go. So the whole thing about lying, if you got a whole story with a lot of details already surround, how you, guess what a person will say? Why would they be making all that up? The liar know if they don't make up a lot of shit and give you a whole detailed story with a lot of specifics, you gonna ask them that. Because the thing about when a person lying, they just vague in general. You know what I'm saying? Like if a dude don't get girls, he gonna say, man, I got plenty of women. I get women all the time. That's a general brag. If a dude got a bunch of women, he gonna go to naming them all and showing you photos and shit. He gonna get specific. But then if you tell him, show me, he can't get specific and go into each woman and call her up and do all that because you capping. Now, we do that all the time. My thing is this. The cappers are smart. The real people who know how to lie good, they know if I don't get no women, I need to have at least 10 made up names, 5 made up stories, some saved numbers in my phone that's going to no damn body, and hopefully he don't say call one up. Right? But my thing is, yeah, if you really want to lie good, you got to really do more than just make up a little general lie. And the people that run the world, they the best liars. They will never just give you a little vague lie that's going to make you have to ask them more questions. They going to give you all the specifics so that you're going to say, why would they lie about all that? See, the most specifics and details I give you, the less you think I'm lying. That's what I'm saying about the psychology of it. So when it comes to this Boogersphere, a person that's the first thing a person go, why would they make up all that? Because they don't want to look like they lying. Duh.
Altogether for this seem to be different metals, but they have ruled out the fact that this is ornamental because they believe that the way it was built was to definitely house whatever is inside. It seems too intentional to be simply ornamental. Now, the X-ray expert says it appears to have no welds or joints and that this is absolutely different from anything he has ever studied in the past. But the guy who claims to have found it said that he was contacted by the government.
Velez El Potro. I want is at the little bitty KFC looking dudes with the crazy eyes. Hold on. Because he looked like the actor that they're gonna sit around on tour. So I guess they're acting like, well, this is his private property. He better not pop up, dog. This is fucking such a scam. Who is the guy? Let's see. Is that him? No. Who is the little old guy? So this guy also, okay, there he go with the Boogersphere. So let me get this straight. Y'all found this otherworldly object and everybody just touching it with their hands. Yeah, I believe you. I believe you. Everybody handling it with no glove. Think about this. We find new species on Earth, supposedly, and they handle them with care. Quarantining them before they releasing them. Gloves, all kind of stuff, new species. You find a whole nother species from another Earth and we touching it with our hands, taking it on tour so everybody can see it. Yeah, right. How come the scientist handling it with the gloves on, but he ain't? So he's handed it over to the authorities, I guess, and they x-raying it. I'm telling you right now, man, this can lead to some way more. This can be another outbreak. This can be a bigger PSYOP. They can use this to do so. They can say, man, as they cover this and this story evolved, this can turn into, well, they opened up the Boogersphere. And what can come out the Boogersphere can be your next pandemic. And then they ain't got to blame no government officials on that. They can just say, man, it's a new alien type outbreak. And oh, we don't know. We'll never be able to heal it. It's so some new shit to help depopulate the earth. Is Sanchez going with the fear mongering? Nope. The whole Boogersphere is the new boogeyman. This is the damn fear mongering. I'm just going with the worst case scenarios, because when a liar lying, it can't be a good outcome. I'm be dealing with reality. I know who I'm dealing with. But please don't accuse me of promoting the fear, because that's what the Boogersphere is all about.
That they are imprecise.
And it's actually funny about the name of the, like, think about it, man. Like, y'all decided to name it the Boogersphere. Like, I don't know if
the bogus sphere. My bad. Yeah.
The bogus sphere. But the thing is like
no, it's
just
the
look
Buga
at the whole
sphere.
word.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, look at the whole word itself. Booga, like ooga booga booga. Like, oh my god, boo. Like, boo, we're scaring you. We're scaring you right now. And it's just like look at the subliminal behind what's actually happening. Like, because when we watch stories and stuff like this, like, of course we're taking it with a grain of salt. The thing is that, like, when we watch stories like this, it's like it's more paramount on what they're trying to do as compared as what's being projected. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it's the Boogersphere. It's the Boogersphere, y'all.
You know what's crazy though? And shout out to Honest John. Thank you so much for the support. He said they take and collude everything. Be strong, keep family together, always call grand with gratitude. That is some good words right there for the people. Appreciate that. But we always gotta, cause think about what kind of PSYOP this is. Now the whole PSYOP is keep people on the edge of their seat to stay updated with the spear, because they eventually want to open it, right? They want to open it, and then whatever's gonna come out is gonna be the next phase of the PSYOP, right? When they open up the Boogersphere, it's gonna be it's gonna be a whole nother next phase of the PSYOP. I'm hoping it ain't gonna be no outbreaks or nothing like that, because this can go wherever they want it to go. You know,
dude, right? And that stuff looks like just regular metal. Like, it looks like anybody could just, like, I don't know if anybody's watched anybody forge blades.
Nothing like this, Adam, is gonna make it light years through space and keep its metal shine like this, and just land here intact with all. You know what I'm saying? This is just very crazy, and it's coming.
I mean, with space in general, no, you can't send any metal through a vacuum. Like, like you can't even, like, nobody, like, bro. If
my
you
whole thing is like, why the hell are the aliens speaking in ancient Egyptian, and why are they using elements we got on Earth versus some real elements we never saw before? And what the hell is the point? Why don't the aliens just show up and show themselves and talk to us? It's crazy, because the aliens keep crashing their aircraft. They can never land correctly. So we can never get a body. We can never talk to nobody. And when they land with a safe landing, like, hey, we from another planet. We're this, that. Y'all are humans, right? Boom, 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 whatever. But the aliens can't fly. They keep crashing. They never show themselves. And now they throwing Booger spears. And we think that this, man, like, it's time to wake up. They playing on our intelligence, man.
Like, bro, like, all of that, all of what we're talking right now, all of what alien interaction with the Earth and stuff, it doesn't matter about the religion that you have. It doesn't matter about anything that you follow as far as religion, if you believe in God or anything like that. Oh my God, look. There's aliens contacting the Earth. Yeah. That's priority over everything. That's over your religion. That's over what you know.
That's the new world. That's what I'm saying. This is the new world order belief. The belief in this third party entity that we can't identify, and in a minute, this thing gonna assume authority over the earth, and it's just gonna be the government becoming privatized through this whole PSYOP, because a private government, an unknown entity ruling over humans, can do whatever it want to anybody. It don't have no fucking aliens. Don't gotta treat you humane. You feel me? The government can be like, look, man, the aliens said they gonna wipe out everyone in Africa right now that's black. I'm just fucking with you. And that, you know, if we don't do it, it's gonna be everybody on earth. I'm telling you that the world's so dumbed down at this point because everybody already saying our government communicating with the aliens. Okay, well, let's believe that. Well, the aliens said if all of y'all don't do X, Y, and Z, they gonna blow this bitch up. I bet you everybody quit playing dumb and believing in. They'll be like, man, I wonder if they really communicating with the aliens. See, it's a good, fun discussion now. Everybody want to participate in the PSYOP, but if they literally come out and say something like, yeah, we are communicating with the aliens, and the aliens are more powerful than all our militaries, and they want y'all to do this, or they gonna do that. Guess what? All of these people will be like, you think they really talking to them? That's when they'll start questioning it. Late as hell. Late as hell.
Dude, right? I mean, like as it progresses, man, like as it
Oh
progresses,
shit, I gotta shut down, man. My bad. Hold on. I gotta get out of here, bro. I'm past I'm at the 5 hour mark, man. I don't wanna go too further because I say I definitely can't go past 5 hours. But yeah, I'm gonna come back and do a part 2 on this, man. We gotta be.
Oh, well, in that case, man, shout out to everybody that stuck around for 5 hours.
Hell
hey,
yeah.
Thanks for listening to me. Anybody on the panel, shout out to y'all. Y'all are powerful.
Oh, yeah.
Y'all know what's up.
You already
y'all know what's up.
Hey, be on the lookout for the countdown for part 2. Peace and much love. And I'll see y'all, man. We gotta get out of here right quick. Much love to everybody. We out.